Good morning and welcome to the climate session of the UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, promoting climate action through education. I am Fleur Newman, Action Empowerment Unit Lead at the UN Climate Change Secretariat, and I am pleased to moderate today's discussions. To begin, I would like to provide you with an overview of the Action for Climate Empowerment agenda under the UNFCCC and the global status of climate change education. Action for Climate Empowerment is the international framework under the Convention and Paris Agreement for how countries, regions, and local communities can engage on climate change education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation on these issues, with children and youth a cross-cutting focus. Implementation of all 6 elements is foundational in solving the complex challenges presented by climate change. We need everyone to be informed, involved, and contributing to the urgent transition we need to low carbon, just, and climate resilient economies and societies. Action for Climate Empowerment, or ACE as it's known, is an important part of achieving a healthy, safe, and just future because it's not for nations alone. It takes all segments of society. ACE provides the framework to educate, empower, and equip everyone to understand that addressing climate change can also help us address some of humanity's other big challenges. Climate change is tied to poverty, to equality, to clean air, to biodiversity, to everything. Education and training are also the foundation of the just transitions that are required to move to the low-carbon, climate-resilient economies and societies I referred to before. Not only in obvious sectors, such as renewable energy, but we need curious, clever minds to turn to decarbonising public and private transport while making it more equitable, rethinking urban and built environments, redesigning food systems, strengthening the resilience of our health systems, and redirecting capital, among many other things. This starts with quality education that integrates climate change across all curricula, from economics to civics to science to art and beyond. It starts in kindergarten, building through primary, secondary, and tertiary, as well as vocational education. And importantly, we need to normalise lifelong learning in different formats because the climate emergency will continue to create firsts and unprecedented events. So for all of us to thrive, we will need to be adaptable and agile. While technological solutions are undoubtedly needed, so too are solutions to address the urgent shifts in understanding and shifts in understanding and acceptance of the changes in our behaviour that the climate emergency demands. And so I would like now to invite Mr. Carlos Fuller to speak about his research and experience when it comes to global warming and to give us an understanding of this climate emergency. Mr. Fuller was recently appointed Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Belize to the United Nations. Mr. Fuller is a meteorologist. His previous positions include Chief Meteorologist in the National Meteorological Service of Belize and International and Regional Liaison Officer at the Caribbean Community Climate Change Centre. He has represented Belize in the international climate change negotiations for the past 30 years. He was awarded the George Price Lifetime Achievement Award for Emergency Management and the Officer of the Order of the British Empire for Public Service. Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fleur. We began installing weather instruments such as rain gauges, thermometers, barometers, and anemometers around the world around 1875. These instruments measure rainfall, temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure, and wind to track severe weather and to support weather-sensitive activities such as agriculture. Mariners also recognized the importance of weather to shipping, so they also mounted weather instruments on their vessels. With the advent of aviation in the 20th century, we began to gather weather data such as wind, temperature, and pressure from the atmosphere. Weather balloons in the middle of the last century provided more systematic monitoring of the upper atmosphere. Finally, in the 1960s, satellites enabled us to monitor the weather remotely over land and sea from space. When we look at this long time series of weather data, we can see that the average global temperature has risen by approximately 1.2 degrees Celsius since 1875. If we look at proxy data from tree rings, ice core samples from the Arctic and the Antarctic, from cross-sections taken from coral reefs and stalactites in caves, this level of warming is unprecedented in the past 1,000 years. In Belize and across the Caribbean, our reliable data commences around 1960. Since that time, we have recorded an increase of 1 degree Celsius. The warming of the atmosphere has had other effects. Sea levels have risen because warm water expands, and terrestrial ice, such as glaciers, have melted, and additional water has flowed into the oceans. Warming has not been uniform. Some regions have warmed more than others. Seasons have changed. There are now more extremes, such as intense rainfall events and longer, more severe droughts. Global warming has resulted in climate change. Did we trigger the phenomenon? Meteorologists have long recognized that the climate changes. That is why the climate is always defined by the previous 30 years of weather data. That is, the average temperature of a location is the average of its last 30 years of daily temperature. The energy from the sun drives the weather on the earth, but the energy from the sun is not constant. Sometimes the sun is very active and generates more energy, and at other times it produces less energy. Sunspot activity is one of the signals of the sun's activity. The orbit of the Earth around the sun is also not constant. At one period, the orbit is more circular, and at others it is more parabolic. The tilt of the Earth's axis is also not constant. It changes by approximately 6 degrees from one period to the next. The Earth also wobbles about its axis. All these factors cause the Earth's climate to change. But that change occurs at 40,000-year intervals. So let's look at the composition of the atmosphere that encompasses the Earth. It is approximately 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 0.9% argon, and 0.1% other gases. But that 0.1% is very important. It is made up of the so-called greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. The sun radiates primarily shortwave radiation. This passes through the atmosphere and strikes the Earth. The Earth warms up and then re-radiates this energy as long-wave radiation. This warms up the Earth and atmosphere and makes life on Earth possible. Without these gases, the planet would be too cold and would not sustain life. 300 years ago, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was about 200 parts per million. Now it is twice that, over 400 parts per million. At the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, humans began burning coal and petroleum-based products for energy and heat. This generated carbon dioxide. Forests were cleared for agriculture and open spaces for urban growth. When those trees decayed, they also released carbon dioxide. Humans began eating more meat and domesticated cattle. These generate methane when they digest their food. That methane goes into the atmosphere. We are also consuming more rice, another major emitter of methane. As we mechanized agriculture, we began to till and plow the fields. This released nitrogen oxide from the ground. We also began to use fertilizer to replace the nitrogen released. This also went into the atmosphere. We have changed the composition of the atmosphere. 300 years ago, the Earth's atmosphere system. Now, because of our activities, we are trapping some of the energy resulting in global warming. So what's the threat? Think of the Earth like a pot of water. If you apply some heat to the pot, the water warms slowly and bubbles. If you apply a lot of heat, the pot boils quickly. This is exactly what we are doing to the planet. We have intensified the hydrological cycle. Some parts of the world are getting more rain, while other parts get less. The intensity of the rainfall has increased in some areas, and droughts have become longer and more frequent in others. The warmer oceans and seas are generating stronger hurricanes, and it seems as if the hurricane season is getting longer. Human and economic losses have risen because of these extreme events. In the oceans, the warmer water is triggering more frequent, prolonged, and intense episodes of coral bleaching. Sea levels have risen, and with the intense storms eroding and inundating beaches. Salt water is intruding into the coastal aquifers and salinizing agricultural lands. Mangroves cannot cope with the rising seas and are dying. The ocean is also absorbing the carbon dioxide and is becoming more acidic. All these factors are affecting marine life, including the seafood on which many people depend. The mainland has not been spared either. Warmer temperatures and unreliable rainfall are reducing agricultural yield and increasing infestation by pests. Warmer temperatures increase evaporation, resulting in more droughts, desertification, and land degradation. Vector-borne diseases are increasing as a result of the warmer temperatures. Incidences of malaria, dengue, and Zika are increasing as mosquitoes now breed and reproduce more quickly. Terrestrial ecosystems are not able to adapt to the warmer and more chaotic hydrological cycle either. Some plant species are giving way to others. The insects, birds, and animals upon which those depend are then affected. In the Caribbean, we have witnessed unprecedented episodes of coral bleaching. Rainfall is decreasing and droughts are increasing in frequency and intensity. The region is now experiencing more intense hurricanes of categories 3, 4, and 5. In the past 5 years, these have devastated Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, Cuba, Dominica, the Dominican Republic, Grenada, and Haiti. Dengue is almost a yearly event in many islands. The net effect of climate change is economic, environmental, and cultural loss. And with each passing day and year and decade, the rate of loss accelerates. So what can we do to limit global warming to 1.5? Humans triggered climate change, and we must fix it. This means reducing emissions of carbon dioxide from the energy sector by eliminating coal-fired plants, phasing out petroleum-based power plants, and replacing them with renewable sources of energy such as biomass, hydropower, ocean, solar, and wind. Electric vehicles charged with renewable sources of energy must replace the internal combustion engine. Buildings must become more energy efficient, and alternate construction materials must be used to replace cement, which generates considerable carbon dioxide in its production. Agricultural practices must be modified to incorporate practices such as shallow plowing and tilling, and using fertilizers much more intelligently. Weather-smart agriculture must be practiced, increasing yields on existing fields and halting deforestation. We must reduce our consumption of materials and practice much more repairing, reuse, and recycling. The Caribbean is leading the way in many areas. Barbados has pledged to become carbon neutral by 2030. Belize has banned offshore petroleum exploration. Dominica plans to become the first climate-ready nation in the world. What can education do to support these changes? These changes can only be accomplished by an educated society. Education must occur at the formal and informal levels. At the formal level, this should be at the grade school, high school, and university levels. National Meteorological Services must publicize and explain the changes they are recording. Weather presenters must make climate change a part of their daily weather reports. The sectors being impacted by climate change must explain the changes they are seeing and what they are doing to adapt to these changes. These include agriculturists, city planners, coastal zone managers, land use managers, public health authorities, and water managers. The adaptation and mitigation measures must occur at the national, municipal, family, and personal levels. This can only occur if we have a climate-educated society. I trust I have set the stage for our panelists to delve more deeply on how we can educate our population to address the challenges posed by climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for providing us with a comprehensive overview of the reality of climate change and the specific impacts and solutions for Belize, Caribbean, and countries and communities around the world. Now I would like to invite Ms. Farid Hassan, Muhammad Ali, and Ms. Morrison to our first panel discussion, which will focus on education's response to the challenges. Ms. Aisha Farid Hassan Muhammad Ali is a community and social services specialist at the Ghazi Al Ghosaibi Secondary School for Girls and UNESCO ASP.NET School Coordinator in Bahrain. Aisha, throughout your coordination of UNESCO Associated Schools Network project, you have implemented several projects that gained huge popularity within your school, such as the Secret Garden for SDGs, which is a successful example of the whole of school approach to implementation. Could you please tell us more about this experience?
In the beginning, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all and the National Commission of Bahrain for offering me this valuable chance to share my experience in responding to global challenges through education for sustainable development in formal settings. Through my work as UNESCO ASP.NET coordinator in a government high school, I was responsible to develop a school culture of sustainability and to transform my school into a climate-friendly institution. And to achieve those goals, planning started at a managerial level, considering three main aspects: UN Vision, SDGs, Bahrain Vision 2030, and School Vision, where they all focus on giving back to the community. This was the first step toward implementing a whole school approach to climate change, where planning focused on developing a sustainable cultural and educational experience across the entire school. The Secret Garden for SDGs project is an example of a successful implementation of a whole school approach to ESG that had great resonance within school community. The project targeted teaching content and methodology, school governance, campus and facility management, as well as cooperation with local partners and communities. There was an empty piece of land behind the school main building that went without noticing. And after long hours of brainstorming and idea generating, the ASP.NET team and management decided to make use of this empty area and transform it into the Secret Garden. The name Secret Garden came from the idea of stir up curiosity, highlight the hidden treasure we had around us, and enable the student to develop new skills to serve back their society, their country, and the world. The Secret Garden was divided into sections that are linked to each educational subject, and paperwork was converted to tangible activities, such as creating murals, artwork, handcrafts from wasted materials, growing mini gardens and eco walls, recycling wasted water, and planting of local spices. The project also encouraged student social entrepreneurship through selling the fruits and vegetables that were planted by them to the school community. In addition, a UNESCO code was created to engage all students in the project. The idea of the code is to support the Secret Garden, where each student was assigned to one SDG and expected to read and research about it. On the other hand, UNESCO Code also helped in organizing several school competitions related to the Secret Garden project by using code to classify the students into teams. Moreover, the code is also distributed to the teachers in the classroom for the curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities to enable extra support to the students. The Secret Garden brought school community closer together, enhanced global knowledge, and addressed global issues in general. It is important to promote climate change education by integrating climate change in curricula and programs. Additionally, a UNESCO bulletin board, virtual and real one, was launched in the school to keep all the school members updated with the project progress. The bulletin includes announcements of upcoming events and activities in the garden, share the latest climate change issues around the globe, and repost international educational content that address global issues. Educating future leaders in areas such as climate change and sustainable development is essential to increase the awareness of their role as global citizens and to develop problem-solving, critical, and creative thinking skills. The school is a key actor to empower people with knowledge, skills, values to tackle climate change and act towards sustainability. But it cannot work in isolation, as there are factors outside the school that will influence learners' level of engagement and success. Cooperation with local partners was a fundamental part of successful story of the Secret Garden for SDG project. Parents' involvement in the project was very beneficial because they had the most direct and lasting impact on learners' learning and engagement in school activities. The Parents' Committee was engaged from the early stages of planning. They were involved in all the phases of the project. They supported the project financially, physically, and emotionally by encouraging their children to give back to the community. In the end, the complexity of climate change called for the widest possible cooperation, and working hand in hand is the main factor of success. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our students, our school, our community, and the Ministry of Education for being supportive and making such projects come true.
Thank you very much, Aisha. And it really is encouraging to hear that the project successfully extended beyond the students to include parents and the wider community. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Sandra Morrison, who is an Associate Professor, Faculty of Maori and Indigenous Studies, University of Waikato in New Zealand, to share good practices of climate change education in non-formal settings. Ms. Morrison is Indigenous Maori from the Te Arawa and Tanui peoples and presently the past President of the International Council for Adult Education. Sandra, your research and professional specialty seeks to apply Indigenous models in addressing developmental issues to improve livelihoods for Indigenous peoples and peoples of the Pacific. Could you please tell us more about your research project on climate change education? Sandra, you'll need to unmute.
There we go. Good evening, and in the language of my people, tēnā koutou katoa. Lovely to see everybody, and I look forward to sharing some key points from my community, which really seeks to address the Education 2030 agenda of leaving no one behind, and also to remind and affirm the value of culture when we're looking at education for sustainable development and in terms of our climate change strategies. In New Zealand, like many other Indigenous people, Māori fall some way behind their peers in terms of educational success. So when we're thinking about climate change and when we're thinking about sustainable development, I think that it's really important to ensure that we have culturally responsive strategies in terms of education, not only to increase the success of education, but also to ensure that what we're teaching is going to be relevant and is also going to help to support the perpetuation of culture. So some of the work that I've been doing within my own tribal community is to have that focus and use a cultural responsive strategy of performing arts, or what we call kapahaka, to be able to tell the message. And as well as that is to also use our places of learning. So you will note here on the PowerPoint that at the bottom right, I have a picture of our meeting houses. And our meeting houses are common places where we gather, where we celebrate, where we perform all our rituals, but they're also very important for places of knowledge and intergenerational transmission of knowledge. So in the research that I've been doing with my community down in the top of the South Island, I've been using this meeting house as a metaphor. And if you look up the top of the meeting house, there's a carved figure. And this carved figure in my traditions, his name is Hui Te Rangiora, and what he was very, famous is the wrong word, but where he earned his reputation is that he was a voyager and a navigator. And our tribal stories have him voyage all the way down to the Antarctica. And for New Zealand, the Antarctica is like our barometer of climate change because of its specialist ecosystem. And so in order to get our communities engaged with climate change education, we repurposed his traditional story to engage through song, and this is through action song in the performing arts, to be able to attract our youth, and not only our youth, but also their families, to be able to start the conversation on climate change so that our communities can adapt very quickly and very purposely to climate change. So it's like making this card figure, Hui Te Rangiora, our climate change champion and our means for also offering solutions. Coming from an Indigenous community and also through the research, we know the value that Indigenous knowledge can offer to help us all find appropriate solutions for the future. And so what I'd like to show you in the last minute or so that I have left is a short video, and this video speaks and talks about Hui Te Rangiora as a climate change champion, and it also shows a little piece of our learning. And even though you may not be able to hear, the children are using Māori metaphors, and they're saying, why is Earth Mother encompassed in a blanket that's full of poison, and how can we all find the solutions to be able to heal her better? So I'm going to pass over and hope that the video will now play for the next minute. Thank you.
In Aotearoa, he is, Hui Te Rangiora is revered as one of those masters of navigation, master mariner, and he came our way. We've acknowledged him. We now sing about him. We compose waiata about him. We have children singing those waiata to remember him. So he's quite special.
It was a very quick look, only a glimpse, but that's just to show you a little bit that we're doing in a culturally appropriate way to bring our children and their families into the climate change discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and really a very powerful way of demonstrating the benefit of being culturally sensitive and relevant to communities about this topic. So before we move to our next panel discussion, we're going to take a short break between the panels by making it an interactive session. During this time, I would like to invite everyone to go to Slido, so slido.com, and that's up on the screen, and enter the code hashtag 489132. So hashtag 489132 to participate in our word cloud. And in one or two words, so our question is, in one or two words, how would you describe your hopes for the future of climate change education? So again, I'm going to Slido and with the code hashtag 489132. We'll give us a moment to see the responses. Not seeing them yet, but I'm sure they're coming. One moment as we get the results up. There we go. Right, that's very loud and clear that it needs to be inclusive and relevant. And other interesting ideas of and important that youth lead the way. Climate justice. And we definitely need more action. The idea of lifelong learning there. Being culturally appropriate, as we've just heard, and the power of that. Positive and creative, very important. New perspectives, and that comes back to the inclusive point. When we're inclusive, we end up with more perspectives and different perspectives, action-oriented, and very important that we also have hope. Whilst we are dealing with something which needs our urgent attention, we need to be hopeful of a positive future. Yes, urgent. Great. There's a lot of ideas here, which I think the speakers today, what they speak on will resonate with these hopes for the future. Thank you, everyone, for your contributing to this word cloud, and you'll be able to continue to enter those ideas into the cloud. So, moving to our next panel. I'd like to invite our 5 panelists to join our panel discussion on the challenges and opportunities in the way forward to climate change, the way forward for climate change education from different perspectives, including civil society, policymakers, youth, those taking a gender perspective, and educators. To start, I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Nick Nuttall, who is currently the International Strategic Communications Director of earthday.org, and also a TV co-presenter for social climate platform We Don't Have Time, while also working for various governments and organisations on communications initiatives. Nick, you are the former Director of Communications for the UN Environment and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and you are currently assisting to spearhead a global campaign to deliver stepped-up ambition on climate education at the UN Climate Conference this year, COP26. In your view, what are the main challenges and opportunities to climate education for the coming years?
There we go. I thought I'd pressed unmuted, but it didn't happen. Here we go. We're right back again. So look, Fleur, thank you very much indeed for doing the moderation here. Thanks to UNESCO for organizing this conference. I mean, Carlos mentioned, the science of climate change, and we are in a very urgent moment, as some of that screen cloud actually said. And as that screen cloud said, we also need real action right now. We have 9 years to halve global greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and less than 3 decades to realize a climate neutral, net zero, safer world. And it's going to require a gradual not a gradual transformation of our economies and societies, but an exponential transformation. We know that the COP26 in Glasgow in November is meant to be a milestone moment. It's the next big push up in ambition after Paris in 2015. And governments, through their revised national climate action plans, their NDCs, and by the decisions they take at COP26, really can take us on an exponential path with climate education if they so wish to. I mean, there's lots of good news on renewable energies around the world. They're doubling. We know that financially, that leading economists now think that the money we need to fight climate change is finally tipping in the financial systems. This is all great. But UNESCO's own new report, Learn for Our Planet, really pulls no punches. I mean, the fact is, we're really well off track when it comes to Article 12 of the Paris Agreement, where climate education sits. And we also know that governments have had 30 years to get on track. You know, it was 1992 when the governments actually agreed, when they created the UNFCCC, to actually do something about climate education across the globe. This all has consequences. There's a new report out, a recent report from New York University, that says less than 1% of board members of Fortune 100 companies have climate expertise. How are we going to massively change and transform our economies if people leaving school, going to university, or going into the world of work are basically climate and environmentally illiterate? And we all know there are many great examples of where climate education is happening, environmental education. The example from Bahrain, for example, is absolutely super. But we know that in a sense, the governments are slightly missing the point, because you just need to ask the customers. You need to ask the young people coming from school. If you ask most young people, do they get climate education in any kind of joined up quality way in their curricula? Well, maybe if you're lucky, some might say that they get a bit in the science lesson, but, you know, maybe something in the geography lesson. But most young people will say they're really not getting quality climate education. And I'll just mention one last bit of the science here, which is a paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences by many eminent researchers, including at Germany's Potsdam Institute, who basically argue that you need 6 societal transformations to actually have a good chance of actually securing the Paris Agreement by, say, 2050, if not earlier. And one of those societal transformations is massive stepped up climate literacy. So we decided at earthday.org, which has a long tradition of dealing with climate and environmental literacy, what could look like stepped up action at COP26, this very urgent moment in our experience of how we deal with climate change. And in a sense, we took a leaf out of the Italian government, who, you know, just before the last COP in Madrid, actually announced that they would bring compulsory climate education into their school curricula. And you can see a couple of governments sort of moving a little bit right now. Argentina, at the Earth Day, President Biden Climate Summit announced a new law on environmental literacy in Argentina. There's some action in Peru. Norway's doing something. There's all kinds of interesting movements, but we simply don't have a critical mass of governments really focused for COP26 on really stepping up ambition on climate change. So we decided this campaign should have a very simple ask to governments, which was that instead of climate education being a sort of, you know, nice to have in schools, it should be compulsory, it should have some kind of assessment, and it should also be linked to civic engagement. And right now, this campaign that we've got stands at about 550 global organizations, and they include everything from youth groups to Bertrand Piccard, who flew the Solar Impulse plane around the world, to perhaps importantly for this meeting, Education International, which is, you know, the Federation of Teachers Unions with 33 million members. And just before Earth Day this year in April, they had a summit, they produced a manifesto backing this idea of compulsory education, the importance of teaching teachers and training teachers on how to teach climate in the school curricula. And I would urge you to see this manifesto on the Teach for the Planet website, which Education International has set up. Do we have a chance of governments actually doing something at the COP? I mean, many of the groups that are following the Action for Climate Empowerment agenda are kind of pinning their hopes on another 5-year program. They're looking for indicators of success. But if there is no success in teaching climate education in a systematic, worldwide sense, then any indicators you have are going to be indicating that nothing is happening. And we kind of roughly know that. So what is going to change the game? Well, we have very few months left to COP26. I think it's important that the UK government and Italy as co-hosts try some really stepped up diplomacy with nations on how they're going to revise their NDCs upwards in terms of climate education. There's an opportunity at the COP to actually announce, all governments, that they wish to now implement Article 12 in respect to climate education with compulsory education. The rich countries, of course, need to find some way of using aid budgets and overseas development aid budgets to support poorer countries with this. But I really do think, as we meet here under the auspices of UNESCO, the missing link here in many ways are the education ministers of this world. They really need to show that they care about the big issues of our time, climate change, environmental degradation. Without them, I don't think it's going to happen, because the government agencies that negotiate things at COPs are environment and often foreign affairs and those kinds of ministries. They know about Article 12. They know about climate education. They know it's their responsibility as national governments at the COP in November, but they don't see it as their job. So we need a massive stepping up right now in the next few months, some encouragement of education ministers to come forward, stand up and be counted, and really give us a chance of some real exponential change on climate education in this very urgent moment of a world that our youth are facing. So that would be the point of this campaign. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nick. And yes, there are some very concrete steps there that governments can take today. So thank you. Now I would like to invite Ms. Idilia Ferdinand from the Ministry of Education and National Reconciliation from St. Vincent and Grenadines. Idilia, you are a Senior Education Officer in the Ministry of Education and National Reconciliation with responsibility for research and school safety. You have over 20 years of experience in disaster management, and you hold a PhD in disaster management and sustainable development from Northumbria University in the United Kingdom. You have been involved with the School Safety Agenda and the Caribbean Safe School Initiative regionally and internationally. How do you, as a policymaker specialised in disaster management and school safety, see the way forward to climate change education?
Good morning, and thank you very much. I am grateful for this opportunity to share. The stage has already been set in terms of the threats of climate change, especially for small island developing states like St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And so we join the rest of the world in the call for education for sustainable development by 2020. Climate change and disasters are often exacerbated by climate change, and those result in many challenges and threatens our very existence. We are small, but we are big on ideas, and we are big on action on how to ensure that our people of all ages understand the environment and learn how to appreciate and use it in the best possible way, while ensuring that the future generation can enjoy the same luxury of a safe and healthy environment. We here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we believe that education is key to ensuring that we overcome the challenges that we face and ensure that our people develop the right skills, knowledge, and attitudes to preserve and conserve the environment. It is with this in mind that the education sector over the last couple of years have developed a curriculum for our lower secondary school from forms 1 to 3, focusing on climate change and disaster risk reduction. This curriculum is not only designed for the formal education, but it is also available to community-based organizations, youth-based organizations, and other agencies that wish to use the material to improve knowledge on disaster risk reduction and climate change. The curriculum consists of 10 modules, and it cuts across various subjects. During the piloting, the curriculum was used in Spanish, in creative arts, in home economics, in the sciences, in geography. Our aim is to ensure that any child that passes through the secondary system, they would be exposed to knowledge of disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and mitigation. We have trained trainers to present this curriculum in their various organizations, and we have done training with teachers that are already in the system. So they have been trained and they are now teaching in schools, and they have been trained to present this curriculum. We have also been working closely with the Teachers Training College to ensure that teachers who are preparing to go into the classrooms, that they are equipped to deliver this curriculum. We are also in the process of developing a curriculum for the primary school, as we understand the importance of starting at a very young age. Our aim is to ensure that our entire population is exposed to knowledge of disaster risk reduction and climate change, so that they can change behaviors and they will be equipped to preserve the environment and the planet that they live on. So we've introduced our children, our students, to the curriculum. As you can see in the photo on the screen, that was one of our piloting sessions where the children were engaged. There are 10 units across 3 modules. They are very interactive, and the teachers have the opportunity to integrate and link with any subject. We are small in physical size, but here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are looking at the big picture and how we can contribute to the sustainability of our planet through education by 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delia, and demonstrating and leading on how climate change and disaster risk reduction may be integrated across the curricula and beyond the school and into the community as well. So thank you. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Eric Guillardi, the President of the Office for Climate Education, a centre based in France under the auspices of UNESCO, which develops climate change education, resources and professional development for teachers. Eric, as a climate scientist at the IPSL-CNRS in Paris and a professor at the University of Reading, could you please share your view on the challenges and opportunities to quality climate change education?
Good morning, Fleur, and thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts with you. And good morning, everybody, or good evening, wherever you are. So, as we've heard, and you know, education is really an essential part of any society's project, and it contributes not only to nurture a culture and its values, but also to lay the ground for social transformations. It has a key role in any society. So, of course, environmental challenges today are one of the key social transformation and power behind transformation, transition. And it's therefore key to education worldwide, as we heard. And environmental literacy, so climate change, and Carlos clearly gave us this really important background on climate, but also biodiversity, pollution, is absolutely essential so that educated citizens understand the situation we're in and contribute to defining collective objectives, including a renewed discussion on the values that sustain society. So I think this goal of school goes really far. It's not just about learning about things. So quality climate change education needs to build on the latest climate science knowledge, obviously, and IPCC is today one of our most authoritative voice, and here I speak as a former lead author of the IPCC, of the fifth assessment report. And we also need the best pedagogical approaches, for example, inquiry-based science education, others. There are many really exciting research being done. So we need to draw on both. So the good, on one side, much progress has been achieved And we see a number of inspiring examples during this conference. I've just had a few. But we still have challenges for climate change education to be relevant. It was one of the words that came out on the screen just a minute ago. First is providing a systemic view of the multiple dimensions of climate change education. All subjects are concerned, not just science, but also economics, humanities, and all these need to work together so we have that complete view. The second one is that we need to develop the critical thinking of our students based on project and action-based pedagogy. And we have wonderful examples by Aisha and Idelia just a few moments ago to promote positive thinking. This is really important that we avoid what is now seen as eco-anxiety, promoted by those who offer a narrow view of the future. Oh, I hear some additional voice here. So really need to avoid this anxiety. Another important challenge is to preserve the learning environment of schools and not transform them into NGOs and teachers and learners into campaigners or activists. This is really important that we don't instrument our schools. This is a fine line because learning about what it means to be mobilized, to be engaged in society is what the school should bring, but it should not make it an end in itself within the walls of the school. And this will avoid frustration or feeling of failure that can put in jeopardy the learning of skills. And I think
qualifications dont on dote les apprenants puissent s'étendre ailleurs, au-delà des murs des écoles. Et Sandra, dans son témoignage, nous a vraiment montré à quel point on pouvait aller au-delà du cadre formel d'éducation. Et pour faciliter l'impact des activités d'éducation et pour associer des millions et des millions d'apprenants, c'est ce qui nous a été dit tout à l'heure, il faut vraiment élargir le champ des possibles. Eh bien, nous avons souhaité que les scientifiques chargés du climat et les experts de l'environnement puissent valider les programmes scolaires, des programmes scolaires qui doivent être adaptés à des contextes locaux, ça c'est le caractère inclusif, et il faut que tout cela soit gratuit, libre et ouvert. Et l'on doit s'intégrer dans une communauté de pratiques. Il faut qu'il y ait une évolution des pratiques liées à la réalité locale. Et il faut mobiliser les systèmes tels qu'ils existent de manière à ce que le changement climatique devienne une discipline qui soit couverte dans l'ensemble des matières enseignées. Tout cela a commencé en 2018 avec le fameux article 12, et l'objectif était de se doter d'objectifs précis que l'on confie aux enseignants de l'éducation élémentaire, primaire et secondaire. Fleur l'a dit très justement, il faut y consacrer des ressources, notamment le rapport du GIEC ici peut être un instrument extrêmement précieux. Nombreux sont les enseignants qui ont recours à ces textes, mais ils ne sont pas toujours faciles à comprendre. Par conséquent, nous avons des experts qui sont chargés de traduire ou de rendre plus accessibles les textes du GIEC. Il y en a un, par exemple, sur les courants, sur les océans et la cryosphère. Nous avons également des critères d'évaluation pédagogique. Tout cela, ce sont autant d'éléments essentiels qui doivent permettre de contribuer au développement professionnel des enseignants. Et puis, autre projet qui a lieu en Amérique latine, au Mexique et en Colombie, pour être précis, avec la collaboration d'autres pays d'Amérique latine. Et sous les auspices de l'UNESCO, des activités ont été menées l'année dernière au sein de différentes communautés. Et tout cela est exaltant parce que cela permettra de contribuer aux objectifs de l'UNESCO en matière d'éducation au développement durable. Un exemple, dans les programmes scolaires actuels, l'on peut tout à fait augmenter la composante ou renforcer la composante changement climatique, mais on peut aller au-delà.
So anyway, exciting times in front of us, ahead of us, and thank you for your attention and thank you, Fleur, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Eric. And systems issues like climate change require systems change and systems thinking, and everyone involved in the system needs to be supported, and that clearly includes teachers. So thank you very much for bringing that perspective. Now I would like to invite Ms. Naomi Naimwaya researcher on climate change and girls' education at Malala Fund from Kenya. Naomi, you have been conducting data-driven research and policy analysis to inform and support Malala Fund's advocacy. Would you please tell us more about the Gender Equal Green Learning Agenda and your view on the challenges and opportunities on the way forward from a gender perspective?
Yeah, thank you so much, Fleur, and thank you so much to the other speakers for opening the floor so well. To begin with, I would like to speak about some analysis that we have done at Malala Fund in collaboration with big data partners. And what we identify is that climate-related events will prevent at least 4 million girls in low and lower middle income countries from completing their education this year. And by 2025, climate change will be a contributing factor in preventing at least 12.5 million girls from completing their education every year. If you look at the slide right in front of you, we have the map of our Girls' Education and Climate Challenges Index. So this estimate comes from a model which combines our annual Girls' Education Challenges Index, which identifies the countries where girls are facing the most challenges to access to education, with the widely respected ND Gain Index from the University of Notre Dame, which summarizes a country's vulnerability and resilience to climate change. As we can see on this map, the regions that are most affected are those that have inherited the legacy of colonization. And we also know that racial capitalism is one of the main drivers of worsening climate conditions. And I think to this audience, it goes without saying that when climate crises affect education, girls are disproportionately affected. It results in things like early marriages, they spend more time on household responsibilities, and even when schools open up, girls tend to re-enroll at lower rates than boys as their counterparts. And so then we go into our Gender Equal Green Learning Agenda, which seeks to address climate change while keeping a climate justice approach in mind, because we've talked about the root causes, which also require a justice approach. So it's a new framework based on research by the Brookings Institution. And what we believe is that by implementing each pillar in the agenda, leaders can help to teach students the skills and the values which they need to thrive in climate resilient economies, and it'll also help them to challenge the social and economic inequalities which fuel the climate crisis. So as you can see on the right, that's the Gender Equal Green Learning Agenda, and there are 4 pillars. So the first pillar is access, and this is simply getting girls into school and getting them learning for 12 years. Governments must act to fulfill their commitment to provide a quality education for every child, both boys and girls. And in addition to this, they must implement interventions which reach the most marginalized girls, especially those that are being kept out of school due to climate change and other forms of environmental degradation. There must also be work that's done to make education systems more resilient so that they're able to adapt and deal with the disruptions that are caused by climate change. Also, again, taking into account the way these things affect girls in particular. So the second pillar is skills, which builds into access. So after we get girls into school, after we get children into school, we have to teach them an expanded vision of green skills. We talk a lot about the gender gap in STEM, and there is no doubt that getting more girls into STEM is going to prepare them to work in traditionally green fields at the same level as boys. However, we identify that students need additional skills to help them and their future employers cope with the change that climate change and environmental degradation is bringing about. And so these skills include things like adaptability, critical thinking, reasoning, creativity, empathy, negotiation, and problem solving. And this expanded vision of green skills will not only help girls embrace the opportunities, the opportunities that a low carbon climate resilient economy offers, but it'll also help them to develop critical inquiry, and it'll also help them to develop a commitment to action, which can lead them towards climate justice and can lead us towards a green economy, which benefits everyone. So after we get girls into school with the access and we teach them the skills, then the third thing is values, which is promoting sustainable values through climate education. So in order to address the concerns that we have, education policymakers must supplement traditional climate education with a much bolder curriculum, which enables students to make a personal connection to climate change and that enables them to interrogate the causes of climate change and these issues more deeply, and that enables them to adopt new ways of thinking and being. So climate change education can provide these opportunities for students to learn values such as equality, care for each other and for their community, stewardship and collaboration, which can lead to more coordinated efforts and can lead into action that will bring about change. And the final pillar of our gender equal green learning agenda is activism, which is empowering students to take action on climate change. So in order to advance climate justice, education must teach students to collectively challenge the underlying causes of climate injustice, including extractivism, racial inequality, and gender discrimination. What research shows is that a participatory democratic approach to learning is key to encouraging students to act on the knowledge that they acquire. And this kind of education is not just about concepts and facts, but it's also about stimulating reflection on the causes and effects of climate change through exchanges with their peers. And students taking action based on learning these skills and competencies hold the largest potential benefits for the environment. And so how do we action this? As Mr. Nuttall has spoken about, COP26 is coming up soon, and it offers an opportunity for countries to ramp up their plans to combat climate change. So if leaders are to accelerate implementation of the Paris Agreement, then they must use every tool at their disposal. And some of the things that we are calling for is for countries to commit to limiting the damage that the climate crisis has on girls' education. So countries must act urgently to limit their carbon emissions and to support affected communities to adapt to the realities of climate change. The second thing that we're asking for is that countries must use COP26 to declare a year of action on climate education, and they must signal their backing for a feminist climate education. It is time to renew and deliver on the commitments that countries first made in the 1992 Rio Earth Summit. And lastly, we ask that countries make space at COP26. We ask that space is made at COP26 for governments to announce new commitments that are both ambitious and tangible. So there are a wide range of spaces for governments to make commitments, from updating their NDCs to recognizing the contribution of girls' education in their national climate change learning strategies. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Naomi. And yes, this is where there is a linkage also to the work under the UNFCCC on gender and climate change. And you've provided an important reminder that climate change exacerbates existing inequalities, including gender inequalities, and also provides an opportunity, the transition provides an opportunity to undertake direct, conscious action to address these inequalities. So thank you very much. Now I would like to call on our last panelist, Ms. Joy Chiadika, environmentalist, climate change advocate, representative of the UNESCO UCAN network from Nigeria. Joy, you have been working on advocacy projects in communities in Africa with impact in over 14 communities and reaching about 8,000 families with solar-powered electricity at no cost. As a young sustainability activist, could you please share your view on the challenges and opportunities for young people on the way forward?
Thank you very much for having me. There are so many opportunities and challenges facing young people as to climate change education. According to the UNFCCC, young people are key actors in raising awareness, running educational programs, promoting sustainable lifestyles, conserving nature, supporting renewable energy, and adopting environmental friendly practices towards mitigation projects. International frameworks on climate change and sustainable development policies support youth education as a response to climate change. young people are identified as one of the 9 major groups of civil society in Agenda 21 as a major stakeholder with the right to sustainable development participation. And according to the UNDP, we have close to 500,000 youth around the world who have taken action on climate change through small grant programs in their schools, in their communities, and around them. However, we have some challenges that are hindering several young people's participation in climate change education. For instance, we have youth production as leaders of tomorrow. Although young people have been identified as a vital tool to tackling climate change and inherent societal challenges, absence in climate change making policy in many countries around the world, which is a major challenge for young people. If current young youth leaders try to sustainable development at the local and at the global levels through the inclusion of youth perspectives in policies. Now, we also have the youth policy participation, climate policy participation, the refusal to share power with youth in adult-led administrations, and the belief that youth are not capable or responsible partners is a major challenge that needs to be debunked. Young people account for all of the world's population. And according to the current climate change challenge, it's not something that youth was particularly the problem. So there is a need to educate and involve youth in climate change policies and in implementation programs at the local, the national, and at the global levels, especially in developing countries.
I think we may have, unfortunately, Joyce.
So,
no?
Okay.
You're back.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So another challenge is the climate change literacy. Young people are societal actors. Their daily action and inaction have influenced the society in one way or the other. And climate change education is a major tool that must be deployed to achieve a zero carbon future. So the projection as young people and youth as leaders of tomorrow, particularly in developing countries which are most vulnerable to climate change, poses a major challenge for everyone. So meaningful leadership really doesn't start tomorrow, but today. Young people must begin to get equipped with the knowledge and resources to become active players and actors in climate change education issues and complex issues such as climate change, driving societal change around the world. Now, another challenge is the integration of climate educational curriculum. Most learnings in our educational content today are obsolete compared to the current developmental challenges. Young people are mostly unaware of climate change at early stages due to its absence in educational curriculum. So to allow for a smooth transition of climate action and its urgency, the dissemination of climate change education must begin from the grassroots level. Now, there are also opportunities for climate change education from the perspective of youth. Climate change education allows for a paradigm shift towards the people on the planet. It can bring about a change of youth perspectives in how we think, how we act, how we discharge our responsibilities toward the planet. And you begin to see that rather than ask, how do we solve climate change? You begin to see that young people begin to ask how to harness the opportunity to stay relevant with their goals and personal aspirations with less carbon footprint and in a more eco-friendly way. Now, if you look at the slide we have here on the screen, see on this part here, the image with the child with disposable cups as crafts. That is an example of the initiative here, over here in Nigeria, project, where young people are taking young people from the grassroots level, children in marginalized climate vulnerable communities are being taught exactly how to upcycle waste into crafts, beautiful craft materials. These are the kind of education and also practical steps we need to take towards teaching young people how to become sustainable and towards sustainable development for climate action. It is an opportunity to go create youth-led carbon-friendly initiatives with peers such as sustainable construction companies, operations, sustainable. How can I produce my materials in a sustainable way? These are the things that young people can do. Now, another thing is what we're working, the Youth UNESCO Climate Action Network is pushing for young people to begin to take action towards the climate, and seeing how to include the youth perspective and your other young people. We're trying to see how young people can begin to stay better prepared to respond to critical climate and social challenges, which is one of the things that we do at the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network. So it is really an amazing opportunity for young people to begin to take action in climate change responses around the world. Now, another opportunity for young people is having to learn skills for sustainable development. Climate change education will foster reduced effects of climate change and would help the earth protection by addressing local issues through green enterprise development and employment. So these are the things that young people can begin to do, and young people should continue to strive to improve climate literacy amongst other young people through climate change education for sustainable development inclusion in school curriculums, formally and informally, until their voices are heard. Enforcing this will naturally promote sustainable production and consumption patterns for the younger generation. Climate action requires a joint effort from both governments and individuals, and it is pertinent to strengthen youth participation, climate policy participation and implementation. And I believe that through the COP26, this will be done. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Joy, and really very important points you have made today. And thank you to all our panelists for your insights and for sharing the different perspectives, which, as I mentioned in the beginning, one of the things that we need to ensure is that these different perspectives are built into lifelong learning. And what we've heard from speakers today is around some of the things, as I said, when I was talking about the word cloud, the importance of inclusion, of relevancy, of ensuring that no one is left behind, and that we think more broadly, differently about what is needed in order for education, sustainable development, for dealing with the climate crisis, for it to be truly useful and impactful for all. And there were, it also identified that we can't necessarily, that not everybody learns in the same way. So having different ways of learning and offering different options for everybody is important. It also showed that that climate change doesn't impact everyone in the same way. And so policy needs to be conscious and directly addressing existing inequalities. Teachers need to be supported. This is an important element that while students absolutely need to have quality education in order for them to have that, teachers need the support. And a theme throughout a number of the speakers was the fact that this is not only about the students in school, it's also about the community and about parents and bringing everyone into this journey. And going back to the point of lifelong learning, that this is something that we are going to be living with for a long time, and we need to be skilled and equipped to be able to address the climate emergency. I want to thank all of our speakers who have provided such great insight and examples of how to do this well and the ideas for what we can be doing and what governments can be doing. So thank you to UNESCO. It's been a pleasure to moderate the event today. And I look forward to seeing the results of many of these initiatives.
Connected, I guess. Right?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. Everything should work out quite well. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I had some happening today because I'm also involved in P4G.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have to stay just silent for 1 minute as the webinar will be recorded. So I give you a sign in a minute and then we can start. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
So we can start the webinar.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your chair, Zakri Abdul Hamid of Malaysia. Welcome to the UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development. And this session is on biodiversity. We have a slate of eminent speakers in our program today. I would urge you to check their bios from your program book. But let me just begin by saying biodiversity is the living fabric of our planet. It underpins human well-being in the present and in the future, and its rapid decline threatens nature and people alike. According to a recent report released by the IPBES, this is the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the main global drivers of biodiversity loss are climate change, invasive species, over-exploitation of natural resources, pollution, and urbanization. Biodiversity loss implies the reduction and the disappearance of species and genetic diversity and the degradation of ecosystem. It jeopardizes nature's vital contributions to humanity, endangering economies, livelihood, food security, cultural diversity, and quality of life, and constitute a major threat to global peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, biodiversity loss also disproportionately affects the most vulnerable, exacerbating inequality. To halt or reverse this decline, it is vital to transform people's role, actions, and relationship with biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, the objectives of our session today are three. One is to remind participants of the urgency of acting to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Second, to better understand the complexity of biodiversity as well as its interlinkages with other global challenges in our daily lives. And of course, finally, to encourage a willingness to take action with an underlying recognition of the crucial role of education So, ladies and gentlemen, this education, recently a group of us and quite a number of our speakers today were involved with the IUCN Commission on Education and Communication, and the organization pledged, headed by Dr. Bala Pisupati in New Delhi, to come up with the report on education for conservation strategy. I hope some of our speakers today would highlight that. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying the following questions will be addressed in the presentation and discussion. Number one, how can learning processes become stronger components of education to contribute to lessening biodiversity loss and environmental degradation? Second, what role can education and lifelong learning play in linking development, sustainability, biodiversity, culture, and cultural diversity? Next, how do we address and promote the place and role of biodiversity for sustainable consumption, production, livelihoods, and lifestyle? And next, how can good practices regarding education and learning be recognized as such, adapted, and scaled up? And the next one, how can young people contribute to addressing the biodiversity crisis, both at the local and global levels? And finally, does biodiversity make our world a more enjoyable place to live? So with that introduction, let me go straight to the first speaker, keynote from by Mr. Cho Jae-jung, Professor of Ecoscience at the Ewha Women's University, the Republic of Korea. Professor Cho, you have, I think, about 15 minutes. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this meaningful and important conference. Everyone who is concerned about biodiversity across the world, I am delighted and very honored to have this opportunity to share my thought about biodiversity conservation and education, for that matter. Let me begin with by sharing my am I doing this right? Let me see, where did it go?
All right, yeah, okay.
Do you see the slides?
Yeah, the slide is okay. Go ahead.
Good. Let me now begin. I must begin with the COVID-19 issue, because this is just simply incredible. We've never experienced something like this at this magnitude. As of now, if you use very conservative counts, already over 106 million people have been infected, and nearly 3.5 million have died. Just incredible. We never really expected something like this would strike our life, so to speak. When very recently, the researchers at Cambridge University and their colleagues have published a paper that says in the last 100 years, there had been some shift in distribution of tropical bats. Due to global warming, many tropical bats are moving into the temperate areas, and they discovered a few new hot spots of bat diversity. Among them is southern. We suspect that COVID-19 outbreak has begun. WHO has not confirmed yet, but according to all this data, perhaps that's the place where it all began. Now, according to this particular paper, the researchers have discovered that from the tropics to this area, 40 species of bats have moved into southern China. And knowing that each bat individual carries about 2 or 3 different types of coronavirus, we can easily imagine that at least about 100 new strains of coronavirus have moved into this area we're talking about. So in a sense, we can understand that there is a very good connection between climate change and pandemic. And if you understand this dynamics, you can probably follow what I'm going to talk to you. I'm an ecologist, but I'm also very interested in business administration, application of ecological theories to business administration. Now, when it all began last spring, I quickly defined this whole event as a blue ocean. Anyone who is interested in business, you know what I'm talking about. Blue ocean is a new market, very attractive market, because there aren't that many competitors in the market yet. So it is extremely attractive. Now, if you look at this whole event from a virus point of view, they're having incredible time. It's an incredibly good market in a way. Let's see. Let me tell you why I'm saying this. Now, we, the human species, the Homo sapiens, have appeared on this planet perhaps about 250,000 years ago. But the first about 240,000 years, we were really nobody, right? We're just strolling around on the continent, watching for tigers and hyenas moving around and things like that. But then in the last 10,000 years, we have exploded in terms of numbers. So let's do some interesting calculation. Let's go back to about 10,000 years ago, before we started agriculture. If we calculate the weight of entire human species back then, we weren't that heavy because there weren't that many of us. And we add there perhaps some of the dogs and cats we carry around already at the time. But even if we do that, the proportion of human species and the domestic animals we carry around was probably less than 1% of entire biomass of mammals and birds at the time. But within the last 10,000 years, thanks to agricultural revolution and industrial revolution, we have grown too much in a way. So if you do that calculation again, once again, right now, May 2021, you have to count 7.8 billion times, maybe perhaps 62 kilograms. That will count for biomass of entire human species right now, right? But then we add the domestic animals we grow at the moment, cattle, pigs, and chicken and ducks, and depending upon where we draw the line of our domesticated animals, this counts can vary quite a bit. So depending upon how you do it, the calculation comes out to be somewhere between 96% to 99%. This is just incredible. Only 10,000 years ago, we were less than 1%. But now we push all other wild animals into perhaps 1 or few percent, and we cover the entire surface of this planet. So if you are a virus living on wild animals right now, and you decided to move to a new host, chances are you'll land on human species or the domestic animals the human grow. And this is what's happening to us at the moment. We keep having, avian flu and swine flu, and we had SARS, MERS, and all these kind of diseases coming to us. When this happened because an incredible imbalance in biodiversity. We're too many of us on this planet. Now, I'm talking about, when I say biodiversity in this case, I'm not talking about species diversity alone. I'm also talking about relative abundance. There are so many of us, and we grow so many animals. Unless we reduce our own numbers, or we reduce the number of domestic animals, or we somehow make the areas or ecosystem for wild animals much bigger and much more comfortable. This kind of pandemic or epidemics will continue to attack us, perhaps even more frequently. Now, because of time constraint, let me skip a few slides. These are not that critical. I'm not a Catholic, but I really respect Pope Francis. In 2019, I believe, in November, Pope Francis declared ecological sin as humans' original sin. How he explained is something like this. All of us, according to Catholic, the explanation, are all created by God. Then we all have a more or less equal chance of living on this planet. But among all these creatures, one, the human species, somehow believes that he's very strong. So he's destroying all other creatures that were created by God. And from a God's point of view, this is an incredible sin. So that's Pope Francis said, this is original sin. We must look at this as an original sin. I really, admire his wisdom and courage to come out and say this. Less than 2 months since he declared ecological sin as original sin, the COVID-19 has broke out. And I think Pope Francis somehow knew something big was coming near us. And we should have listened to the Pope. We are, I apologize for saying this, but fact of the matter is we are incredibly lucky this time. I'm talking about vaccines. In old days, the vaccines used to take at least 10 or 15 years to be developed and supplied. But this time, many incredibly good vaccines have been made within 1 year, thanks to the development of life science. We are very lucky. And so perhaps toward the end of this year, we might be coming out of this disaster. We're all hoping. But every time we were attacked by virus or bacteria, we couldn't be as lucky as this time. I'm saying lucky, but we already lost more than 3 million lives. So it's hard to imagine that's lucky. But even then, the next time it happened, we may not be able to develop vaccine within a year or two. Then that many people will die again. So I was thinking that if we just wait for what I call chemical vaccines to be made, we will lose so many lives and then our economy will collapse meantime. And I developed a couple of vaccines myself. I call them behavior vaccine and echo vaccine. Behavior vaccine, we did quite well this time. We washed our hands very carefully, and we wear masks all the time. We keep the social distance and things like that. These are the kind of vaccines we can do behaviorally. We can protect ourselves quite well. There's an even better vaccine, what I call echo vaccine. If we block the virus coming from natural ecosystem to human system, then this kind of thing will never happen. But I must confess that I'm not the first person among all the human beings living right now to talk about echo vaccine first time. You've been hearing from, say, Jane Goodall or Sir David Attenborough, protecting nature is a better thing to do. They've been telling us all the time, but we didn't hear. And we're suffering right now. It's the same idea, but when I change nature protection to echo vaccine, there has to be a different attitude. Any vaccine to be effective, you know that more than 80% of the people should be vaccinated to be effective, right? So when I say, rather than nature protection, if I say echo vaccine, most of you have to join in. So
Professor Cho, you have about 15 seconds to conclude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm saying right now we're living in a new age of enlightenment. We should give up the wise human being, Homo sapiens concept, and now we need to embrace. We must live with other animals and plants on this planet, Homo symbios. And right now, the thing we need is an ecological turn. We have to educate our children what the ecological turn is all about in order to survive on this planet for a longer period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho, for your very enlightening keynote. I now would want to move on to the speakers. I would start with Ms. Maria Jose Rojas from the World Food Program in Chile. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Zachary, for the introduction. I'm honored to be here today and speak to you about using schools and its different services to tackle global challenges, such as biodiversity loss, climate change, education crisis. We have seen just now how many of the challenges we are facing globally depend on our everyday decision, our habits, and our consumptions. Eating healthier, more local, and diversified can have a huge impact on our health and nutrition, but also on biodiversity. At schools, children receive important health and nutrition services, such as school feeding, that primarily support children's education and well-being. But when linked to local procurement, these programs go far beyond the plate of food. They link to local economies, agriculture transformation, and ultimately the entire food system. In here, we can see how these programs impact multiple areas and have different benefits. In nutrition and health, for instance, we know that on-site meal, especially when fortified and supplemented, can reduce the prevalence of anemia by over 20% in girls. On the education and learning space, studies have shown programs. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Studies have shown programs can increase about 9% the enrollment of children, because what we know is that when children are in the classroom, the program contributes to their learning. What we know is that sick children cannot attend schools, and hungry children can definitely not learn. On the social protection space, what we know is that for families, the values of meals in school is equivalent about 10% of household income. For family with several children, that can be a substantial saving. When it comes to local economies and food system, when we link school feeding programs with local purchase, these programs can help create stable market, boost local agriculture, impact rural transformation, and strengthen local food systems. Next slide, please. The model of school feeding is called homegrown school feeding. It is designed to provide children in school with food that is sourced locally, many times from smallholder farmers. So if you see here in the pictures, these are coming from the Republic of Congo, where women cooperatives and smallholder farmers work together with schools to promote traditional and healthy food. This is the Mbala Pinda. It's a nutritious snack made with cassava and peanuts. This nut is 100% locally produced, and its distribution will not only ensure children receive a nutritional boost, but also encourage local economy. The homegrown school feeding can impact biodiversity, and it's a game changer for the entire food system. It helps increase production of nutritious food. It shapes the habits of the consumers of tomorrow. It favors the substitution for international procured food, which translates into shorter supply chain and less carbon emissions. It reduces also waste and lengthen food availability periods. And ultimately, these models create stable market for smallholder farmers, increasing resilience for communities. Next slide, please. School feeding programs are a huge opportunity as they reach 1 out of 2 school children and represent a global market to an order of $80 billion per year. Before COVID, school feeding was the largest and the most widespread global social program supporting children, creating nearly 1,700 new jobs for every 100,000 children fed. COVID smashed a decade of progress in school feeding. Last year, WFP calculated that 370 million children missed out on meals because of school closure, meaning 39 billion meals were missed. Today, still about 200 million children do not have access to these programs. These need to be reversed. And together with governments and partners, WFP is convening a coalition to make sure that every vulnerable child has access to school meals in every country in the world by 2030. Specifically, we are calling for governments and partners to commit to restoring what we had, reach those we missed, and improve our approach. Next slide. Recovering from the pandemic and building. Yes, I'm just closing. So recovering from the pandemic and building a more sustainable, equitable, and greener world will require scaling up multi-sectorial platform that can transform many parts of the system. So with these programs, we have the opportunity to shape the consumer and producers of tomorrow and nudge the world to a more sustainable, local, and diverse consumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for that interesting view. I now move on to our next speaker, Mr. Abdrahmane Deme from Mali. Mr. Deme, you have the floor. 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
L'étude de cas que je vais vous présenter aujourd'hui.
I'd like to share with you a case study today, and it's about President Sisi's project for management of natural resources in the context of climate change. The project was initiated by the government of Mali with support from its development partners, in particular the World Bank, the IDA, UK, the Global Environment Fund, and the Fund for the Least Developed Countries. And this project is an innovation in sustainable development, and it's based on an adaptation approach, which itself is based on the management of ecosystems in 14 municipalities in 3 districts of Mali. In particular, the Nioro, Nara, and Banamba districts or regions in Mali, which are in the administrative regions of the Kay and Koulikoro. The aim of the project is to bolster the resilience and resistance of the ecosystems in the long term, so as to reduce their vulnerability to climate variability and climate change. This project essentially has 3 key elements. The first one is management of knowledge and governance and communication. The second component of this project is upscaling of the good practices of sustainable management of land practices. And the third component is coordination and monitoring. In reality, this coordination is actually stewarded by the AEDD, which is Mali's Environment and Sustainable Development Agency. And from a technical perspective, we actually build on partnerships with Mali Weather Office, the National Directorate for Water and Forests, the National Directorate for production, animal production and industry. And given that we see ecosystem management as being interconnected with other aspects of land use, we have brought on board some other stakeholders to ensure synergies across the different actors working in the field, so as to try to generate positive benefits from an ecological perspective, social, economic, and human well-being perspective. So you basically have 3 key strategies in this project. The first one happens in the school environment. Teachers have received training concerning biodiversity, desertification, diversification, sustainable development, and this means that the school curriculum has now mainstreamed such aspects into it. And so this is the basic education level. A second level is at the functional literacy centers, and here the teachers plus the literacy learners receive awareness-raising information and learn more about sustainable development approaches, and this means that they receive specific training in the national language concerning these aspects, so that they can better take on board these kinds of approaches, and that they can better understand the approaches being used at the municipal level. And the third level for the strategic rollout of this project actually focuses on rural dwellers themselves. In other words, it's basically training centers who can teach the locals about biodiversity, climate change, and sustainable development. Here they have been able to share these principles with learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dame, for also keeping to the time. I want to proceed to the last speaker for this particular session. Let me invite Mr. Ahmad Adli from Egypt. Ms. Adli, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator, for this, and happy to be with you. As representing one of the regional networks for civil society organizations in one of the very, I would say, fragile region. So I represent here the Arab Network for Environment and Development, known as RIDE. Next, please. And next, please. So we are going to be here talking about the role of civil society, and I'm giving an example coming from, as I said, the Arab region. Just to give you a very quick idea about the organization, we were established in 1990 in the process of preparing for the Rio Conference in 1992, and we are one of the networks that were established to prepare and also to mobilize and enhance the role of civil society for the implementation of the sustainable development in the different Arab-speaking countries. So we are very much focusing on the dialogue between the different partners, especially between the government and the other stakeholders, including, of course, the civil society. And we are working with the spirit of establishing partnerships with national, regional, and international organizations. Next, please. So the biodiversity issue has been a priority issue for our organization from the very early of the organization, as I said, almost more than 30 years. And we are working very much closely with our counterparts from a government and from regional and international organizations to be able to focus on the biodiversity conservation education, and also linking this to combating desertification and the disaster risk reduction and other development issues. But the many challenges that we are facing in the region, we have the unsustainable use of natural resources. Of course, the climate change is one of the very challenging issues that we are facing in the region. The environmental degradation, pollution of land, water, and air, unsustainable consumption and production patterns, unsustainable solid waste management, and marine litter, lack of awareness, which is one of the main objectives of our network, and of course, weak governance and institutional capacities. Next, please. When it comes to our role as civil society organization, we are working on the very important 5 issues: the advocacy. We also work on the service providing for services, especially when it comes to communities, vulnerable communities, and communities in need. We also provide the expert knowledge and experience, and we try to help this and build this gap between the science and the policies. We are also very much focusing on capacity building, and we do this not only for civil society and communities, but we go beyond that to other stakeholders as well. And we try to represent the voice of the marginalized and vulnerable and underrepresented communities. Of course, when it comes to the challenges that are facing civil society organizations, we all know about, of course, the financial resources, but unfortunately, the vision and how we look at the civil society in the region still not an ideal one, and we need to fight to exist and also to continue and to be sustainable. The issue, of course, of information is one of the most important challenges that we are facing, and sometimes we go outside the region to get information about our region. Weak involvement, of course, of the civil society. This is very much linked to the governance issue, and this, as a result, affect also the institutional capacities. Legislations do not support effective engagement of of the civil society, and this is also one of the issues that we are very much trying to build in linkages with members of parliaments in the different Arab countries, so we can have strong engagement of, or at least legislation that can bring strong engagement to the different platforms. Next, please. When it comes to education, of course, we are always thinking about quality. And this is very much the idea that RAED, the Arab Network for Environment and Development, has brought, always making this bridging between the Sustainable Development Goals and also the environmental and development issues in the region. For this, we are very much engaged in two strategies, one for the Arab region and one for the Mediterranean, including, of course, the Mediterranean strategy for education for sustainable development. Next, please. We were very much, and we're still looking for the coming COP, but we have helped in the region the involvement of the civil society in the COP 14, which was held in 2018 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And we have focused on two things for this COP, and we're still working on this. First of all, mainstreaming of the biodiversity issues in the different, especially in the education system, where I'm talking about schools and I'm talking about universities. At the same time, we are very much bringing the youth into the platform of the discussion, the dialogue, and this helps also as well the awareness raising among the different communities and the different Arab countries. The involvement of the youth in the COP 14 has helped us also to enhance and mobilize the communities in the different regions in each country of the Arab Conference of the Arab.
Mr. Adli, please conclude. Mr. Adli, your time is up.
Thank you.
Your time is up, Mr. Ali. Please conclude.
So our priority issues of biodiversity, of course, we are very much focusing on marine issues, on solid waste and the protection of terrestrial ecosystem, the preservation of sea turtles in the Mediterranean, of course, the issues of chemicals and hazardous waste, how we can link the biodiversity into, as I said, in mainstreaming to other policies, talking about industry, talking about tourism, and so on. Next, please.
Mr. Adli, your time is up.
I'm finished. Thank you very much. I can conclude now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to proceed to the last segment of our session before holding the Q&A. We have three more speakers. The next speaker would be Ms. Marina von Websenberg from Finland. Marina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Tzakri, and everybody else on this very important, I think you can't see me, yes, now, seminar. It's a great pleasure to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, lifelong learning is key for all generations, and we need to raise the level of knowledge, as we heard, on the ecological and the planetary boundaries, including the gaps and information sharing required. Here with indigenous people's knowledge, women, girls, for instance, has to be involved in all the issues for lifelong learning and in the different cultures and cultural diversity, the richness of life. Monocultures in all its forms is a threat for sustainable development and the global challenges, for instance, on climate change, biodiversity loss, and desertification. And as mentioned previously, the resilience by people, nature, and culture is key for tackling the challenges we are confronted with. With the understanding of the state of art, it's important today also to have the relevant data availability and observations at hand. A 2020 UNESCO Global Survey on our world's most pressing challenges showed that 67% of those survived ranked climate change and biodiversity loss as the number one challenge we face, and education as key to addressing them. Also, the SDG report from 2020 notes that half of the global workforce, the equivalent of 1.5 billion people, will be affected by the transition to a greener economy. And youth are the drivers of this transition that will be based on social innovation and education forms, and the core of facilitating the transformation needed for tackling the challenges I mentioned. Another thing is the global urbanization, which distances young people from nature, and it is essential to give them back the possibility of physical and emotional contact with the biosphere, including through education and training. Different projects, programs, and training must, of course, offer job opportunities compatible with sustainable development and ecological safeguards. Consideration that needs to be embedded and relevant also in the aftermath of COVID pandemic, as mentioned previously. Programs and training incompatible with sustainable development should quickly be devalued, and SDGs and ecological responsiveness, including nature-based solutions and ecosystem services and their functions, promoted. The training of trainers must first and foremost focus on sustainability needs. We need to anchor and ensure education for conservation and biodiversity, and that is not just limited to school children, but encompass all people and the education, the curriculum. Awareness raising is key to all channels, including the social media nowadays. And the same holds good for educators as well, with the need to recognize the contributions of teachers, local community, and others. And the quality of education is key. Education needs to be mainstreamed across all the disciplines, ranging from basic to applied, social, economic sciences to engineering, and from primary schools to tertiary education, including universities. And there is an awareness among young people of the links and the risks of the planet Earth we are confronting with. And with rapidly changing value system and economy, skill development in green growth and behavioral change is urgently required. And please, I join and note the new and timely strategy on education for conservation just released, and that entails important proposals and recommendations, where also Professor Sakri and myself, by the way, has been involved in, and thanks to Bala, who has been the coordinator. Nature conservation and biodiversity is the basis for future surviving. The strategy I mentioned is the first step in the process to bringing long-needed changes in the way we educate and skill our future generation. Lifelong learning, including the indigenous people and local communities' role, is essential to make positive behavior in the future, including commitment to education for sustainable development and mobilization to a transformative change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that observation. Let me proceed to the next speaker, Mika Tan from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. Mika is also involved in that publication mentioned by Marina, that is Education for Conservation. Mika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Zakri. I am from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, but I'm also here today speaking on behalf of the Transformative Education Task Force of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. And the GYBN, Global Youth Biodiversity Network, is the official youth constituency or the youth mechanism for voices to be heard at the Convention on Biological Diversity. And through that, we have been conducting a lot of consultations across the year since 2017, with at least 30 consultations around the world, covering more than, let me get the numbers, covering more than 121 countries, of what young people would like to what they envision as living in harmony with nature. And a large part of that, through our consultations, show that young people want transformative education to be part of our transformation to living in harmony with nature. And through our consultations, the youth are saying that we need transformative education that fosters connection with nature, that respect, same as what Marina had said, that is rights-based education, that is lifelong and also intergenerational, learning from our elders and teaching our elders as well. And education that is holistic and interdisciplinary, that will foster critical thinking beyond the silos that we currently are in, and thinking that's in systems, because we need to understand the ecological crisis, just like what Professor Chun had said in the beginning, that we are a part of this ecological crisis and we need to understand things in systems. So this is what the young people around the world are saying that we need for transformative education. And what we are doing globally is to push and advocate for transformative education in global policy that relates to biodiversity and to education. So through GYBN as the mechanism for youth voices at the Convention on Biological Diversity, but also through our partners and other youth constituencies, for example, the Major Group for Children and Youth with the United Nations. And we have a youth manifesto that also states the kinds of visions that young people want for the world. And locally, young people, just like our gentleman, Mr. Adli, had mentioned about RAID, we play many of the similar roles that he mentioned. Advocate, so we are a service provider, we're an expert also as well, with a lot of the local knowledge and what young people know and do already in their communities. We're capacity builders of ourselves and of people that come before and after us. We learn from them and we pass it on. We make things more understandable for everybody. And we are also representation. We don't just represent the future generation, but we also represent the current generation that's going through a lot of the ecological crisis that we face. Young people are particularly impacted in the long term by the COVID-19 pandemic, just like the unfortunate case of not being able to have school lunches. This impacts nutrition, growth, and the development of a child that is much more long-term than we think about just sort of for the next time we can gather together for a meeting. So young people ourselves are very much stakeholders and leaders in this process. And I really hope that we can learn and work together with all of our intergenerational partners here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mika, for that brilliant presentation. Last but not least among the speakers, let me invite Ms. Zipporah Muchoki from Kenya. Zipporah, you have the floor.
Greetings, everyone, and I'm very pleased to participate and share my reflections during this conference. Now, biodiversity lies at the heart of how we conduct our everyday business in terms of production, consumption, our livelihoods, and our lifestyles. And it is imperative that we understand the critical connections between biodiversity and ensuring our everyday actions do not impact negatively on nature. We cannot talk about sustainable consumption, production, and livelihoods without addressing how we utilize biodiversity, a key primary source of food, raw materials, be it in industry, our homes, and our everyday lives. So if we do not address SCP across all sectors, we stand to continue with the negative trajectory of biodiversity loss. Looking at advancing policy, which is a key priority area for ESD, as we approach the CBD COP this coming October in Kunming, China, we need to urgently increase capacity building and advocacy programs to inform policy positions that will favor a strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework, and thereafter have ESD programs supporting the implementation of this framework. For example, working towards zero nature loss by 2030 and be carbon neutral by 2050. And I want to applaud GIBIN, the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, for the great work they have been doing to have the youth voice on this. Now, we need to build the capacity of diverse stakeholders using ESD strategies to promote sustainable modes of production across all sectors, building partnerships, for example, with the private sector, and develop capacity building programs that support them to pursue greener and cleaner modes of production by mainstreaming sustainability in the entire product life cycle to include supply chains, production processes, packaging and distribution, and especially the small and medium enterprise manufacturing sector. As you'll find, most multinational companies have already made some milestones on this. How can we partner with manufacturing institutions as education in the field of education to conduct research and have innovations that help us not to use raw materials from biodiversity? We need to develop education programs that promote a circular economy through reuse of materials to reduce or stop use of our biodiversity for production. Looking at the finance sector, how can we promote policy strengthening and capacity building initiatives to strengthen their lending policies to green financing mechanisms and promote the issuance of green bonds in our countries? We need to explore the role of ESD in promoting a green and just economic recovery in the COVID and post-COVID-19 era in the world. Intensify our capacity building efforts to support different sectors of the economy in working towards such a recovery by supporting industries to create green jobs through nature-based solutions that were mentioned earlier on, and promote sustainable production and sustainable use of raw materials where need be to ensure we do not accelerate our biodiversity loss. Creation of green jobs will enable the pursuance of sustainable livelihoods for a lot of unemployed populations, and especially the youth. Can we set up innovation hubs for nature-based solutions that have less impact on biodiversity? At community level, we need to promote programs that provide capacity building and green entrepreneurship support linking to biodiversity. This can be, for example, forest restoration programs, coastal ecosystem restorations, wetlands conservation programs, and secure sustainable livelihoods for the communities that live there. For example, education and advocacy programs to promote green production at source through use of less chemicals, for example, in agriculture, and promote organic pesticides and herbicides. Now, sustainable production needs to be coupled with sustainable consumption and pursuance of sustainable lifestyles, which now touches on the individual level, looking at how we can have less impact on biodiversity and how we can use ESD to promote this. We need to promote contextualized sustainable lifestyles education programs that enable everyone to understand the biodiversity crisis and that we can live more lightly. We can consume less and have a lighter ecological footprint. We also need to look at the role ESD can play to protect biodiversity areas, green spaces in cities, at least by 2030, considering the trajectory that 70% of the world's population will live in cities by 2050. We can have, for example, ESD advocacy programs that promote sustainable transport systems in the developing world that will reduce pollution levels in cities. And I would like to cite an example. For example, in Kenya, we are having an advocacy programs, and there's a bill in parliament that is promoting a non-motorized transport called #MyLane2. In conclusion, ESD has a role to play in addressing biodiversity loss through promotion of sustainable consumption and production and sustainable livelihoods, helping to contribute to several SDGs, more specifically SDG 12 on SCP, SDG 14 that touches on life on land, 15 that focuses on life in water, and also linking to other SDGs that touch, for example, on climate change, decent jobs, and many others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zipporah, for another excellent presentation. In fact, I'm just overawed by the high quality presentation by all the speakers, and also for your discipline in keeping to the time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 15 minutes
of Q&A. There are many speakers, including the keynote speaker, Professor Joe. I wanted to include all of you in the Q&A. Let me begin by asking the question to Professor Joe. After listening to the speakers, this notion about transformative education and your vision, Professor Joe, can you answer the question, does biodiversity make our world a more enjoyable place to live? You mentioned about this eco-vaccine. Prof. Joe, are you still there? Hello? Hello? Hello, Professor Joe. Joe, are you still there? If not, would anyone want to respond to the question I mentioned just now? What is that question? Maybe Mika, you want to start off by responding to one of the questions I mentioned, and that is, does biodiversity make our world a more enjoyable place to live? Mika?
Sure, I can help answer that. But I also want to turn the question around. Is it just for enjoyment? I think biodiversity underpins our ability to live healthily and be well on this earth. And so enjoyment is just one of the aspects of human well-being, but there's also many other aspects, including our physical health, our mental health, our social health, so our relationships with each other and with the planet. So that's my very broad answer to that question.
Thank you. I suppose the enjoyment that I mentioned here would mean the apex of life, really. It's not enjoyment that we know it, but it encompasses human health, prosperity, and everything else. Let me also ask a question to Zipporah. How can young people contribute to addressing the biodiversity crisis, both at local and global level? Zipporah, you have an answer to that?
Thank you very much. And this question touches on some work that we're doing at WWF in Africa. We're working with Pan-African youth networks who we are working together to promote especially advocacy. So one example is advocacy towards, for example, key policy issues, for example, be it climate change, be it biodiversity. So, for example, we have youth networks that are running advocacy programs, and especially during this time of COVID, it's been very exciting just to see how, for example, one youth network was able to mobilize 300 civil society organizations spread across the African continent, come up with position papers towards a stronger post-2020. So that is one area, advocacy programs. Now, the youth, we need to empower the youth to actually build their capacity so that they can also be able to build the capacity of others in terms of things like advocacy, I've already mentioned, the capacity building itself, green entrepreneurship and enabling them to bring up their innovations and linking them to innovation hubs so that they can be able to upscale or even promote their very good ideas. They have very good ideas and they are able to achieve much more. In fact, if you want to deliver conservation, you need to work with the youth and promote networking platforms among them, creating, for example, online platforms where they can be able to share information. So the youth have a role to play. They can be the capacity builders. They can play a big role in advocacy, and especially during during this COVID period. For example, we have one organization that is running tweet chats on topics, for example, linking between health and COVID, biodiversity, and all that, and based on research. So they conduct research and then prepare very good specialized contextualized messages and share those tweets during a questionable period. So those are just some examples: capacity building, advocacy, green entrepreneurship, and networking platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Professor Zachary, is it all right for me to just jump in with a little last comment?
Very quickly, because I have a list of speakers. Go ahead, sure. 1 minute.
I just want to say that thank you, Zipporah, for mentioning all these great examples. And from young people, we also want to have intergenerational platforms, not just platforms amongst ourselves, but platforms with other generations so that we can learn from each other.
That's correct. In fact, you mentioned that is some of the defining features of your transformational education, right? Question for Marina. Marina, I'm always very impressed by your views on these indigenous and local communities coming from a country like Finland. Can you elaborate somewhat on the role of the indigenous and local communities in education for conservation, Marina?
Yes, thank you. And for indigenous people's point of view, I think there are a few things in my experiences which is important. First of all, the legislative base, the human rights aspect for indigenous people to be part of the Finnish delegation when we go to negotiations, or the issue of land tenure on the ground, but that their legal basis is secured on national level. I think it's really important. And that's the Sami legislation that we have, I think is one example. But also the language skill. I mean, in fact, they have their rights to educate and to learn and to speak their own language. And I think that's also a very important part, because without language, you can't affect or you can't be involved. So I think that's also an issue for cultural diversity, which I mentioned. Then I think from a youth perspective and indigenous people, they don't diversify. Are we discussing now biodiversity, climate, or desertification? For them, the so-called environment is one whole, and therefore I think it's very dangerous that we do the work on national level and in the negotiations in silos. So it's only climate negotiator, biodiversity negotiators, and climate is all over, but the biodiversity is nowhere. And I think here the nexus, thinking of a nexus that all of this is part of the same solution, including the indigenous people, has to be involved in the solutions that we are putting in place. And therefore, I think, in fact, the strategy for conservation, which I mentioned previously, is really important, because therein we have the recommendation of the awareness building, of also the behavioral change which is required. And I think we should learn from indigenous peoples and local communities how they have lived in a sustainable way from an ecological point of view over centuries. And Western science has been very dominating, and we have not taken them on board as they should. And as Mika said, this intergenerational learning from the elders, I think is key.
Thank you. Thank you, Marina. I want to go to Mr. Adli from Egypt, and your impressive description of the civil society organization that you are coordinate in Egypt. Could you comment a bit the role of education and awareness among the community that you work with, and how this would transform the situation, Mr. Adli?
Thank you very much, Mr. Zachary. Actually, in our organization, we use the education as the tool, and the main tool actually for the transformation. And this is why we are always thinking about the school and the university as agents of change in the region. This is what we are actually trying to achieve through our partnerships with the Ministry of Education and the Ministries of Higher Education. The whole idea of linking the school and the university to be just a curriculum provider is something that has been for a long time one of the problems that we are facing in the region. We are not in the university or the school just to get a certificate. The idea is how to prepare your new generation for the new challenges and also to be part of the transformation. And this is why in all our programs that we are establishing with the universities and schools, we are thinking about the school and university as a focus for the community that is surrounding the university and school. And this is why in all our activities, we are linking this with the community needs, and we are linking this with the challenges that are facing these communities. When it comes to biodiversity, we are very much trying to make the people understand that biodiversity is not a luxury, because it was also one of the very bad attitude for the biodiversity. It's something like when you go and discuss biodiversity with some of the politicians, they tell you, oh, but this is something that we cannot have time to think about now. We have other things about economy. And we tell them this is the economy. When it comes to biodiversity, you are actually protecting your economy for the future. And that's what we need to do from our awareness campaigns. We want to tell the people that when you protect the biodiversity, you are actually protecting your presence, you are present, and you are also protecting your future. This comes through different channels. One of them is what the young people can do in campaigns around their schools or universities. And another thing is the dialogue that they have to establish with their local authorities and with their local representatives from the different stakeholders. And what we do in our network is that we only facilitate this kind of dialogue. We try to bring the knowledge through the discussions and the healthy dialogue between the young people in the schools and universities, where the different stakeholders and so on. It's a real challenge, but we are using it as a tool, as I said, for the transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to move on to the two last speakers. One is Mr. Demi from Mali. You have a very great position coming from the Ministry of Environment. Could you share with us a bit what are the challenges facing you as a ministry official in trying to promote biodiversity conservation, for instance? Mr. Demi? Not sure whether you're there. Let me proceed to the final speaker, Maria Rojas. You're heading the World Food Program in Chile. As you know, at the end of the day, food is the most important thing. Just share with us some of the practical challenges that you're facing in your job in promoting food security. Maria?
Thank you. Definitely, there are many challenges that we're facing today, and I think it's in a wide spectrum. But I think one of the things that we need to do to prove also and make the case for the relevance of school feeding programs when it comes to biodiversity space is to create in general more evidence and data. And actually here I'm leveraging a little bit on what Zipporah was just mentioning before, but it's also about sharing experiences that needs to happen. And we see a lot of member states having the appetite and the willingness to do so, because it's quite needed that we all bring out the table our experiences to replicate those that actually functions well, but also to avoid and stop doing those that are not actually working. And again, also, as we're saying, Mika, I think it's on the biodiversity, make our world not only more enjoyable, but also healthier. And the connection between the schools as a platform that provides schools meals and create a culture for the kids of understanding the relevance of nutritious food and diets, diverse diets, is fundamental these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I still want to locate Professor Cho, but I think he has left. Professor Cho, are you still in the room? You're not. Time is running out. Let me just conclude by saying that this session is very rich in the kind of content that we like to see in transforming, in particular, education and also biodiversity conservation and sustainable use the world over. We have heard a very eloquent keynote speaker from Professor Cho, and I like his usage of the word eco-vaccine. If only we can promote that. But all the same, it's not bad. Through science, technology, and innovation today, we have managed to produce those vaccines in real record time, and we hope we are the better for it. There are a lot of examples that have been shown by colleagues today, but in the end, also, I think the youth holds the key to our future well-being on Earth. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, the time is up. Let me conclude. Let me thank all the distinguished speakers for a very enriching discussion on this session. So once again, thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the session on green and circular economies. I'm Ken Barrientos from the hosting agency UNESCO UNEVOC, UNESCO's specialized agency for technical and vocational education and training. We will start the session with a few housekeeping information. The session will run for 75 minutes. Interpretation is available. There are 3 languages interpretation options, which you can find at the navigating bottom menu bar. And for the smooth running of today's session, only the mics and videos of our speakers are enabled, but we would welcome you, the audience, to engage with us through audience poll, chat, and question and answer. We have Q&A and chat hosts who will assist the moderator in monitoring questions and answering messages from the audience. Join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists for this morning. Ms. Catherine Whitman, Director of Rethink Global in the UK, author and podcast host, will moderate the session. We also welcome our distinguished panelists, Professor Walter Stahel, Dr. Margaret Mwakima, Dr. Kumi Tashiro, and Mr. Rene Bethman. Catherine The floor is yours.
Not a very good start. Sorry about that. So to explain the structure for today's session, I'm going to give a very quick overview of the circular economy and how it supports the Sustainable Development Goals. Then we'll bring in the other panelists to discuss the opportunities and challenges of a circular economy from the perspective of business and policy making, and how we'd best use it to build skills to support a circular economy. And then we'll take some questions from you, our audience, which you can post in the Q&A box. We'll come back to our panelists then to ask them about the challenges for education and how business might support education and training. And we'll finish with a few words from the Ministry of Environment and Energy in Greece. And then final questions for you, our audience. So let's start with a short overview of the circular economy and how it supports the Sustainable Development Goals. Ken, if you could press the next slide, please. So we're starting to understand how much damage our systems of production and consumption are doing to our living planet. We keep pumping more and more things into the economy, depleting resources, overloading nature, and pumping pollution and emissions into the atmosphere, air, soil, and water. Next slide, please, Ken. We're now pushing nature and planetary systems towards irreversible tipping points. Next slide, please. Over the last decade or so, governments, businesses, and sustainability organisations are starting to see the benefits of a different approach, the circular economy. We use less by designing products that last longer, can be repaired and even remade before eventually being recycled. We try and get more from less by switching to services and business models that encourage access and use instead of ownership. We use instead of consuming, so that with more people using the same product. And that means we get more productivity from the same materials. We minimise waste and pollution by making sure waste gets reused, either by another industrial process or as food for nature, compost. And importantly, we use sustainable, safe materials, safe for humans and nature at every stage of the process. Next slide, please, Ken. So, circular approaches can support a wide range of the Sustainable Development Goals. Next, please, Ken. You've probably seen the SDGs grouped into these 5 themes for people, prosperity, peace, planet, and partnership. And whilst the circular economy can't directly support peace and partnership, it can support prosperity, planet, and people. Next slide, please, Ken. Might have to. Okay, thank you. So by using instead of consuming through renting, paper use and sharing, that means we get more productivity from those same materials, and we break the link between resource use and well-being. That helps encourage innovation and improves global prosperity. By using a mindset that all waste is food for something else, we make sure unwanted material becomes a new resource. We minimise waste, emissions and pollution. And that's better for nature and our planet, and means we can also support and regenerate nature by using safe, sustainable materials. And then by using less, by designing durable products that we can reuse, repair and even remake before eventually recycling them, that means we can get more from less and help everyone have a good standard of living. Next slide, please, Ken. So now I'd like to ask all of you, our audience, a quick question. Mariana, please could you launch the first poll? So So we'd like to know what your interest in this session, where that's coming from. So there's three options. If you could choose one of those. The poll is anonymous, so if you don't know much about the circular economy, you're not going to advertise that to anybody. Okay, can we share the results, please, Mariana? Okay, that's great. So we've already got almost half the audience saying that circular economy education or training is relevant to their work. So that's really good. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to a presentation from Professor Walter Staal, and I'm delighted to introduce Professor Walter Staal, who's one of the foremost thinkers and advocates of the circular economy. He's founder director at the Product Life Institute based in Geneva, and Professor Staal has been helping people understand and adopt circular approaches for several decades. And he's now going to share some of his latest thinking with us. Professor Staal, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent introduction. Next slide, please. Circularity exists in nature and society. It's linked to sustainability in that it means caring for assets, natural, cultural, human assets in a circular society as much as economy. Next, please. Water is one of the key resources that we cannot replace with anything manufactured, and it's necessary for survival. So we should really care about maintaining water assets. Next, please. People is the same thing. It's also a renewable resource, but it has another quality. It's the only resource that can be improved greatly through education and training. But if we don't use these qualities, they rapidly degrade. So, in my opinion, there is a moral imperative for policymakers to give labor, the use of labor, preference over any other resource. Next, please. Just to recall the linear industrial economy, the liability ends at the point of sale, and then it's somebody else's liability. And the point of sale is also the most visible and key element for the engine of the linear industrial economy. Next, please. The hidden persuaders of Van Packer still exist, are still with us. The publicity for the better, bigger, faster, safer, greener products. And you can see here how useful it is for many buyers. Next, please. By contrast, the circular industrial economy, so we are now talking about manufactured goods and materials, is a closed loop, as Catherine has already shown. But in this closed loop, we have to add the producer liability loop, which is missing in today's material-based discussions. Next, please. You deal every day probably with second-hand goods without noticing it. Why do we trust banknotes? They have no value as such, but they are guaranteed by the national banks or Central European Bank. So the use value of objects and trust are the keys of a circular economy. Next, please. The 5 challenges of a circular industrial economy you see here. Spreading the circular economy knowledge is the key issue of education and training. Next, please. And again, spreading the knowledge exists, the pool of knowledge exists. But the circular economy uses skills and jobs that do not exist in production. So vocational training and passing the knowledge of circular economy to classrooms and boardrooms, parliaments, all these institutions is key, because at the moment the educational system forms people for the linear manufacturing industry. Next, please. Among the knowledge is also that we have to tell people the hidden information that they cannot see. To produce a pair of jeans, you need 11 tons of water. 10 tons of this, the big majority, is needed to produce cotton, to grow cotton. So by repairing, reusing, giving away a pair of jeans, giving it a second life, you actually save 10 tons of water every time. The same for CO2. You cannot see the embodied resources in products. Next slide, please. So, as Catherine already pointed out, long product life comes from our desire and from caring by us, by the owner user. And of course, the quality of the initial product also has an influence. Next slide, please. So, who is in charge of the reuse, repair, remanufacture decisions? It's all of us. It's you and me. And we have to be conscious about that. It's not somebody else. It's not industry. It's not government. We decide how long our belongings are living. Next slide, please. Catherine already mentioned the link between circular economy and sustainable development. Here you see a study that was done in 9 countries in Europe, and in all the countries, never mind what the level of development was, the result was the same. Greenhouse gas emissions, CO2, would be reduced by 2/3 through a shift from today to a circular industrial economy. The jobs would increase, but it will be different jobs, decentralized, not globally concentrated, and it would even provide a positive trade balance. So, what are we waiting to introduce the circular economy into our economies? Next slide, please. I can give you an example of my own teddy bears, Toyota from 1969, and I analyzed the cost structure after 10, 20 and 30 years. And you can see the longer you use and maintain and have a product repaired, the higher is the share of labor. After 30 years, half the money I've spent on this car went into local labor involved in maintenance and repairs. And this slide shows you clearly why this strategy of the circular economy is not of interest for manufacturers. Because if you look at the factory part, then it's almost disappearing after 50 years. The car is now 51 years old. So manufacturers have to change. If they want to survive in a circular economy, they have to sell utilization, they have to rent or lease products, they have to go away from the fashion-based selling of goods with using the hidden persuaders to convince people to change, and they have to convince people to change from consumers to become users and take care of their belongings and enjoy, of course. Driving something like a 50-year-old car is an incredible joy and draws the attention of any bystander, I can tell you. Next slide, please. So the jobs in the area of R, which is reuse, repair, remanufacture, reprogram, all the R's except recycling. These are decentralized jobs in essential services. So economics doesn't consider it as productive. But these are essential services, the same as a nurse or a doctor in a hospital. They offer great diversity of non-repetitive tasks, which means satisfying work, and they demand a high judgment to limit interventions to what is needed. Do not repair what is not broken. Do not remanufacture what can be repaired. Do not recycle what can be remanufactured. What is not visible neither from the car slide I show you or this one, vocational training is important for maintaining assets, because you need not only to know the latest technologies, you need to know how things functioned in the past. So if you want to repair a 50-year-old car and you only know the latest technologies, you are at a loss. And it's the same if you upgrade hydroelectric power stations that are now nearing their 100 years. You have to know the whole technology and skills of electromechanical and mechanical equipment. Otherwise, you have to throw everything away and replace it. But that was the theme of the linear industrial economy. But the theme of the circular industrial economy is maintaining the assets we have and make the best use of it, upgrade them technologically, and for the user, enjoy what you have with a smile and don't look at the publicity because it's irrelevant. Next slide, please, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Stahl. That was a really comprehensive overview of the circular economy, and particularly a great focus on the benefits for society and the importance of policies that help us all think about how to care for our products instead of this take, make, waste mindset that we've been encouraged to adopt. So thank you very much for that. If you have any questions about Professor Stahl's presentation, please add them in the Q&A panel that you'll see at the bottom of your Zoom screens. And you can add your comments to existing questions and vote for questions that other people have asked for. And that'll help us to prioritize the most popular questions. And before we answer questions from you, our audience, we're going to start with some questions to our panelists. So, Professor Stahl, if I could come back to you first of all, are you noticing more interest in the circular economy, especially as organisations realise how circular approaches can support carbon reduction?
The ultimate business model of a circular economy is a performance economy, where you sell the use of, for example, vehicles. So if you use an airline or a train or a shipping line, you never buy an airplane or a ship or a train. You simply use it. And these fleet managers that are offering you the service, they, in their own interest, economic interest, they perfection all the strategies of the circular economy. And they are also very conscious of the embodied resources. So the big change in the circular economy will come through circular sciences into circular chemistry, circular energy, circular metallurgy, because then we can really close the loop also on the material side, and that will greatly reduce the CO2 emissions in mining and manufacturing and recycling.
Thank you. So it's about a fundamental change really in the way we approach all sorts of subjects, including sciences and including our design of how to manufacture things, so that we move away from this take, mate, waste, everything going through a pipeline.
Definitely.
Thank you, Professor Stahl. And now I'd like to introduce Dr. Kumi Toshiro, who's Deputy Director of the Office of Environmental Education in the Ministry of Environment, Japan. Dr. Toshiro, how well are people aware of the circular economy in Japan? And is it seen as an important enabler for jobs and future prosperity and well-being?
Thank you, Catherine. In Japan, we basically have the appreciation for the nature or resources and using the materials very preciously. Have you ever heard about the concept of mottainai? So people sharing the mottainai spirit. So they don't easily waste the things, not only the materials, but also everything, almost everything. However, on the circular economy thing, people are still learning on it. So we're in the middle of way to shifting the lifestyle, just a single usage, but more circulating using economy. Just like Dr. Steele has said, people usually not buying things but using. So young people more prefer the not possess but the sharing something. So sharing economy is getting popular in the society.
That's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Toshiro. And for Japan, what key challenges or opportunities do you think the circular economy supports? I can see you have a few on the slide there. Is there anything that you'd particularly want to pick out in terms of challenges?
Yes. Now we are trying to make the decarbonize the society. By the 2050, we are aiming to make the society almost zero carbon, net zero. So using the three transitions, decarbonated society and then using a circular economy and decentralized society. These three transitions, we're trying to make the redesign society and then circulating not only economically but also socially.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Toshiro. And now I'd like to introduce our third panelist, Dr. Margaret Mukima, Principal Secretary, State Department for Vocational and Technical Training in the Ministry of Education in Kenya. Dr. Mukima, for Kenya, what key challenges or opportunities does the circular economy support?
For Kenya, basically, the current model of economic growth is actually a take and make waste extractive industrial model. And as an industrializing nation that is at the middle income, we are desirous of a clean and secure environment, and which we are incorporating through the Vision 2030. And of course, the Big Four agenda that mainly focuses on manufacturing, food security, affordable housing, universal health coverage. But ultimately, we wish to transform the nation, transform lives, and transform societies. But in reference to the circular economy, we actually challenged because one, we lack systems or even technologies that can implement the recycling of waste, and having devolved the waste function to the county governments, it's even posing a more challenge. We also having inadequate requisite skills to be able to run the circular economy systems. And this is what we are now focusing on in terms of our education sector, from the early childhood up to the university. Of course, the consumers' expectations is also another, because they need to also appreciate the products they buy and how they are to utilize these towards recycling, which is an aspect of awareness creation and an advocacy, which also we are challenged in terms of implementing this. We also are challenged in terms of working with our business and the industrial economy in terms of business and regulatory framework that can be able to keep the economy running, but at the same time be able to incorporate the circular economy. Much of the country also lacks proper waste infrastructure. And some of the questions we are also asking in terms of recycling is, who is the polluter within the polluter pays principle? Is it the manufacturer or is it the consumer? But of course, we see opportunities in reference to this circular economy. One of them is we now have to progressively encourage the various sectors of this economy to be able to adopt more in terms of environmental management systems, reduce emissions, protect the human health, and as they boost economy. We are as much also encouraging them to go green, because going green does not only make sense, but it also makes sense. They are also able to make savings by reusing as well as recycling.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mukima. I think it's great to hear that you're seeing opportunities as well as challenges. I'm conscious that we need to introduce our fourth panelist, and I hope we have time to come back to some of those opportunities and challenges later. Thank you. So our fourth panelist is bringing Mr. René Beekman is Innovation Manager at Vaude Sports in Germany. And Mr. Beekman, could you explain a bit about how the circular economy fits into Vaude's strategy, perhaps with a couple of examples?
Yes, hello everyone. So about 10 years ago, we looked of how we can make things better, because we actually working in the textile industry. So we are one of the major polluters in our industries. So it was important for us that we're not only making products which are protecting the consumer, the user, from the environment, from the nature, but also that we are protecting the nature with what we are doing. So reducing our environmental footprint we're having. Of course, it's not very easy. And about 10 years ago, we established our Green Shade system. So that's our own kind of eco-design tool, I would say, our product lifecycle tool, where we are looking on each step of the product lifecycle. So starting from the design, over to the materials, hand over to the manufacturing, where also all the social parts are coming in. So not only looking on the environmental impact, but also looking on the social and social economic impact, which is really important, especially in our industry. And then over to the use and care, and into the recycling and disposal. In the best case here, we want to close the loop entirely. But to make this happen, it's really important to start really from the design, teaching people internally and externally that it's really important, like Mr. Starhill also mentioned, to prolong the product and the life in general with the good repairability, that the products are able also to actually being repaired. And also that we're using materials which are durable in the end, so long-lasting products, which are also possible to recycle. And when coming to the materials also, which are one of the major polluters, what we are having in our industry, it's for us crucial to just lower our dependency on the fossil resources, because we have seen that the alternatives like renewable carbons, they do have a lower environmental footprint than the conventional fossil ones. And hereby also, it's for us also important that we are setting ourselves goals in this one to also now increase the amount of recycled and renewable bio-based materials. So we set the goal that by 2024, we will manufacture our products predominantly from bio-based and recycled materials, which is, of course, a big challenge because we're having so many different products. So footwear, apparel, tents, backpacks. So it's quite complicated, but we need to set those goals in order to also becoming trustworthy to the end consumer. So by doing this, we are implementing technologies to valorize post-consumer waste recycling system, post-consumer waste even, which is difficult to recycle. And like, for example, waste tires, what we're doing right now. And also starting not only with the recycling, but starting from the beginning of life with materials from renewable resources, and engaging here also multi-stakeholder working groups on the circular economy, especially for the textiles. So we're partnering here. Yeah.
That sounds great, Mr. Beekman. And maybe we can come back to some of those links between the partners that you're working with and so on later in the session. So thank you. It's great to hear about the focus there on prolonging product life. So let's move on to look at how we might change mindsets and build skills across society. I'm now going to go back to Dr. Kumi Toshiro in Japan. I've read that there are 3 key differences between the Japanese mindset and the Western one: the connection with nature versus division of resources, adaptation versus stubbornness, and community versus individualism. How important do you think those mindsets are in helping Japan accelerate the adoption of circular approaches, Dr. Kumi?
As I said earlier, we are feeling we are part of nature, as well as having interaction with nature. So we usually not aware something versus something. It's in one package. Through our office, the training program, I feel encouraging whole community-based learning is much more good for the making the circular economy whole community.
I think you're right. I think, as Professor Stahl said earlier, it's down to all of us. It's not down to just to policymakers and big businesses. So, Professor Stahl, to come back to you just quickly before we go to audience questions and answers. You've talked about the importance of changing our perspective, such as how we see ourselves in the world, that we've forgotten that we're part of nature. Is that mindset shift more important than helping people understand the more technical aspects of the circular economy?
Well, there is another aspect of the circular economy. Essential labor, services in health, in looking after nature, looking after people, after monuments, all these caring activities today have a very low social status and are badly paid. Just think of the nurses during the corona crisis. We have to change the mindset in politicians and economists that essential services are as important and essential for society as productive labor is important for the productive industry. So there are several mindsets that we have to change. But just think of the nurses that in the first lockout or crisis, we all applauded them at 9 o'clock in the evening from the balconies, but nobody really thought about giving them a higher salary. And now the result is, at least in Europe and the Northern Hemisphere, I think up to half these essential health service workers are leaving their jobs because we have to put out the money where our priorities are. And they are no longer in manufacturing.
Yes. So it's about realizing how important the caring role is, obviously for caring for people and caring for our communities, but also caring for our stuff and helping keep that in good condition for the future. Okay, so I'm going to move on to ask my co-moderator Emma to share a couple of questions from the audience. And Emma, if you'd like to choose one of the questions perhaps relating to that first section on challenges, opportunities and mindsets. We'll come back to ask our panelists about some of the challenges for education and what support business might be able to offer after this first short question and answer session.
Great, thank you, Catherine. There's an interesting question here about enabling the industrial shift. So I think that's a generic question about how we can enable the shift, in business and industry, obviously through skills. So I'd like to hear the panelists' view on that.
Okay, Professor Stahl, would you like to answer that one?
Yes, maybe the major lever that nobody dares to use is taxes on wages. In the EU, 56% of the income from nation states come from taxes on wages, on labor. Now we know that all these essential service activities are more labor intensive than manufacturing because we cannot use robots in a hospital. We need people. So therefore, we have to shift, policymakers should shift the taxation base from wages to consuming resources or producing waste, producing CO2 emissions. And that is a mind shift that really shakes politicians because so far nobody has really dared to tackle this problem.
And it's similar to the policy problem that we need to bring in to solve the problem of carbon emissions and so on, isn't it? But yes, it does seem ridiculous that we continue to tax jobs which we want more of in the world and not tax the use of virgin resources or production of waste. Thank you, Professor Staal. Emma, do you have another question for us, please?
Yeah, in terms of educational systems, there's a great question here about building skills and interests in youth. So what should be changed? Again, another overarching question. What should be changed in the educational systems to build skills and interest in youth into a circular economy system rather than or instead of consumption, e.g. for buying a new mobile phone every year? So how do we start to change the mindsets at that level?
Okay, thank you, Emma. So I'm going to give Dr. Toshiro and Dr. Makima time to think about that. And I'm going to ask our business representative, Mr. Bateman, to tell us what he thinks. How do we encourage people to shift their mindsets? You must be thinking about that from a business point of view if you want to sell products that last longer.
Yes, of course. So it's what is really important. It's one word what I've been brought up 4 years ago on a conference, and that's emotional durability. So what we need to bring back into our products is the emotional durability. So what you love, you keep it, and you take care of it. You are repairing it. It's like with an old timer, with an old car. You're also loving the car. You are repairing it. You are taking care of it. And we need to bring those values. Those values we need to bring back to the products, to consumer products, especially on textiles. And it's not anymore about just changing quick your style because you want to go with fashion. I guess with the items that you love, you will keep them much longer. You put emotions into it, and you're also proud of it. And also, if you as a company can actually transport this message to the company, to the consumer, that there are values in the products. There are people have worked on the products. A lot of people have to work on your products to make it in different kind of the different sectors. I guess that brings perhaps as a consumer a more responsible way to consume in the end.
Yeah, thank you. So thinking about who made my stuff as well as building in this emotional durability. So Dr. Makima, I'm guessing that this mindset of keeping things for longer is already present in places like Kenya. But how do we encourage people to keep that mindset and not switch to this to what the advertisers are encouraging us to do, which is to dispose of things and buy a new one? How do we keep that mindset going?
We'll keep that mindset going through circular thinking. Circular thinking that is incorporated in our education systems and training systems curriculum at all levels, so that when the audience have circular thinking, then they're able to critique every advertisement that comes in as much as what does it mean for the environment. What does it mean for my health? What does it mean for the future of the planet? So that is my thinking.
That's excellent. I really like that because in most of my talks, I say something about how I think the most important thing we could all learn is how marketing works and how to realize when we're being persuaded that we really need this new thing, or that, you know, we won't be providing the best for our family if we haven't bought this product. So I agree. I think that's incredibly important. And Dr. Toshiro, would you like to add anything to that in terms of mindset change?
Yes. I think communication and innovation is a key component. Like connectivity among formal education at school, non-formal and informal education from the community-based learning using indigenous knowledge, make push the people change their mindset much more environmental friendly, I think.
Thank you. Yes, I think it goes back to those cultural aspects that we were talking about earlier, doesn't it? Of continuing those important historic Japanese cultures and making sure they don't get lost in all the advertising. Great, thank you for that. And we'll take some more questions from the audience later on in the session, together with an intervention from the Ministry of Environment in Greece. But we're going to come back to the panel now and ask them about the challenges for education and how business could help support education. So, Professor Walter Staal, from a business perspective and thinking about both academic and vocational education, what specific knowledge or skills do you think we should prioritise? What should we help people learn?
Well, the circular economy is about a decentralized manual economy, basically. So it's these manual skills like a plumber and an electrician or a nurse that today have very often low social status. And one way to overcome this, also in education, is to create new job profiles. In Switzerland now we have a new profession which is called old-timer vehicle restoration. So people have to learn all the different skills involved in restoring a vehicle. In remanufacturing and technological upgrading, this is a strategy that has been used to produce the first all-electric plane in Canada, Vancouver, the first heavy mining equipment, using existing equipment, but changing it from a diesel engine to an electric battery vehicle. There's some other examples. Cars, of course. If you saw Henry and Meghan when they left their wedding, they drove off in a Type E Jaguar that had been converted to electricity. So these are the skills that nobody teaches at university. And people don't even think about it. Now, if we start to put this as a question to our students, how would you convert an existing equipment or vehicle to electric traction or to hydrogen fuel cell? Then people start thinking. They start to evaluate the asset they have and what is the best, cheapest, most profitable way to convert it to a future technology. And I think this is where the education system has to become innovative. Vocational training combined with new thinking.
Thank you, Professor Staal. And Mr. Bateman, from the point of view of Vaude and thinking about your employees, how's the circular economy changed what you value in terms of skills, knowledge, or mindset?
Yeah, so first of all, we are a family business, so we're aiming for long term. We have a DNA. We do have a DNA, which is also where the sustainability is one of the biggest parts of it. So everyone in the company has more or less a similar understanding of what sustainability and what circular economy means. So we have a different kind of tools we're using, like I mentioned before, with a green shape, where everyone in our company is involved and is also engaged to work on it and also to revise it, to also making it better. So that's why I think in the company from us, it's working quite well, because we have a comprehensive understanding of what does it mean. But when we're looking outside of our cloud, then we're seeing that there isn't like a comprehensive understanding existing. So other companies, other individuals, they're understanding something completely different, what it means. So there are different kind of mindsets, different kind of opinions about what does it mean. And that's really important, that the basics of circularity, those need to be taught already in the schools in order to get also the comprehensive understanding. And what we also see, because for us also our knowledge and our skills in terms of circularity, they are limited and we need to expanding them. And what we have seen now is that it's really important to connect and combine the knowledge from other industry sectors. For example, like the packaging industry or completely different industries, because they have maybe set more the focus on this in the past. Maybe they have products which are by now easier to recycle than that our products, but we can learn from them. And that's really important, not to see it as our own understanding, to see it as a holistic understanding, and also to connect with the other industries, connect with large companies also, to discussing it. And this is where we also gain the most knowledge while reading all the books, of course, and the journals.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bateman. And I think you're right, because there are, around the discussions I go to, still lots of misperceptions that the circular economy is just about more recycling. And as Professor Stahl pointed out in his presentation, the most important thing is to keep what we have in use for much, much longer. And that's how we get more value out of it, not by focusing on trying to recycle it at the end. And so I'm curious to know whether you think we should embed circular thinking in existing subjects, perhaps the science subjects, economics and business subjects, or focus on teaching the circular economy as a subject in its own right, a standalone subject. So which would you think is better, and why? Perhaps, Dr. Makima, can we start with your views on that, please?
Thank you, Catherine. The success of the circular economy model actually rests on the shoulders of a responsible global citizenry. And it's a very integral part of individual citizenry ideals. And in this respect, therefore, it is important to inculcate the positive ideals of the circular economy right from the formative years at the early and basic education. And as a result, Kenya has actually embraced a competency-based curriculum, which has inculcated responsible citizenry, ranging from ability to perform personal chores, accountability, environmental protection, and conservation. And to ensure this inculcation is all inclusive, the embedded circular thinking ensures that the issues of safety becomes deeply embedded into the psyche of the trainees, and they involuntarily conform to safety measures anytime they enter into the workshops. And in case we need now to get it separately in subjects, then it is possible that we can relegate this to the periphery as an elective, which will make the learners also to get into this subject and propagate it to the next levels of their learning cycle, but also on their work life. And in the process, then it can be able to integrate into the society, and we can even ensure advocacy. So yes, it is possible that we can be able to integrate this thinking, the circular thinking, in all our subjects and in all our teaching.
Thank you, Dr. Mkima. And I'm seeing in the chat that a member of the Greek delegation would like to take the floor for 1 minute. We're planning to do that just before the next audience Q&A. So just before we move on to that, I'd like to ask Dr. Kumi Toshiro the same question about whether you think we should embed circular thinking into existing subjects, or should the priority be to teach it as a separate subject in its own right? Which do you think is most important?
I support for the integrated learning. Of course, subject-based is needed. However, not only just knowledge or skills, but also we need experiences, real hands-on experience. That's why integrated learning, community-based learning is good for the learning for this circular economy.
Thank you, Dr. Toshiro. Okay, and just got a couple of minutes before we move on to the audience Q&A. So I'd like to ask, first of all, Mr. Bateman, how do you think business might support this shift in education and training? Do you see any opportunities for education and business to collaborate to help this?
Yes, of course. So we are also working very strong together with different universities, also participating here on courses, participating also on projects where we are engaging also the students. And we are seeing that there is a great response from the professors, but also from the students, because they have a quite high motivation in order to work on more sustainability, circularity. So that's why it's really important to get this exchange. And we're also seeing from universities now that there are more courses right now established in the direction of sustainability, so sustainable engineering, for example. And this is something what we are strongly supporting, because we, of course, also can gain benefits from those students, from the knowledge they are gaining. So it's like a win-win situation, I would say. So, and just the last thing I would like to mention is to the question if circular economy should be taught as a separate subject or it should be integrated. I think really important is both. So, of course, we need to have an own subject that the basics are been taught, but then it needs to be integrated, embedded into all the other subjects that we have kind of a green or red thread, which goes through it. So probably we need to rewrite some of the books, of the educational books.
Thank you, Mr. Bateman. That's a really good picture, isn't it? To think about a green thread or a red, it could be and or a red thread running through every subject that we teach. Even going back to the teaching of the Industrial Revolution, looking at that from the perspective of where we are now and, what systems we set up that we now know are extremely unhelpful, to say the least. So thank you. I'm going to move on now to the next section with the audience questions and answers. And so, Emma, just before I ask you to give us a question from the floor, I'd like to introduce Professor Konstantinos Avarosis, who's the Secretary General for Natural Environment and Water of the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Greece. I believe you want to say a few words, Professor Konstantinos.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, Greece has set the transition to a circular economy at the heart of its strategic objectives. Under the coordination of the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy, Greece has completed a new National Circular Economy Action Plan. And the activities are focused on 3 pillars: smart and circular communities, green and circular economy, open innovation programs for students, scientists, and startups with IT and industry for technical background, circular policy design, science, and higher education. The Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy undertakes a number of education activities for particular environmental issues. As an indication, all Natura 2000 sites have environmental education centers. Furthermore, within the context of LIFE IP, a LIFE project, several actions are dedicated to adaptation and awareness on biodiversity and adaptation to climate change. This LIFE IP promotes circular economy, contains several targeted activities for improving awareness and informal education of key stakeholders, authorities, and the general public with respect to the concept of circular economy and the implementation in waste management. Foreseen capacity is building activities, for instance, context-specific seminars customized to all stakeholder needs, a food waste prevention forum with ultimate aim to establish a national voluntarily agreement and distance training for the shareholders. The overall goal, just to conclude, is to position Greece as a European leader harnessing circularity, transform and decarbonize Greece's economy while fostering a green economy and designing and promoting the smart and circular transition of local communities through a coordinated and coherent national approach based on local needs and international best practice, where education plays a major role.
Thank you very much. It sounds like Greece is really seeing the circular economy as a way to build a sustainable, prosperous and resilient society going forward. So I look forward to seeing more on that. It sounds like you're really well ahead of some of the other countries in Europe. Thank you very much. So now, Emma, if we could take some more questions from the audience, please.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Catherine. Just building on that, I think the audience would like to know if there are any examples of learning materials in education where circular economy has been integrated. So if anyone could share any examples of maybe economics or MBA courses that they're aware of, or direct people to materials.
So perhaps whilst Professor Stahl is thinking about what he's come across, I guess I would say that there are plenty of free, massive open online courses available, some particularly good ones from the Technical University of Delft in various aspects of the circular economy, so designing for circular economies, plastics and packaging, and these are all 5-week courses with good interaction from some really excellent academics and with lots of case studies from business. So it's not just about the theory, it's about how things are happening. Professor Stahl, what would you like to add in terms of good examples of education already happening?
Well, on the manual vocational training, I think the apprenticeship system, which exists in all the German-speaking countries, is very efficient because you learning by doing. You have to work with practically as well as study, and working on the job normally gives you a lot of the vocational skills. But the other learning institutions are any company that is remanufacturing engines or equipment, anything. And one of let's take remanufacturing diesel engines by Caterpillar, because there they had to invent everything, and everything is done learning by doing. But then the difficulty was to convince the design engineers in the manufacturing that they should design engines for remanufacturing, because manufacturing is only once, remanufacturing is sometimes 10 times. And so this skill or knowledge transfer from the circular economy back into the production lines, that is one of the big challenges but that is commonly done now in all the fleet managers that have learned to make the best out of managing existing assets.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think lots of companies are realizing just how important design skills are. And these aren't particularly new skills. It's just thinking about things in a different way and designing from the outset to know that something needs to be repaired, remanufactured, as you said, and eventually to be easily taken apart so that we can reuse all those valuable materials. Thank you. Emma, could we have another question from the audience, please?
Yeah, of course. And it leads on from that, Catherine. Whilst it's not only up to policymakers, but principally us, the users, who must change, can policymakers, or should policymakers, help bridge the gap until consumer or user demand for circular products change? And I suppose until the education catches up, should they help bridge the gap, e.g. by perhaps subsidising circular products, sustainably produced products? So what can policy do to kind of meet education?
Yeah, thank you, Emma. And I've got lots of views on that, but I won't jump in ahead of the panel. Perhaps, Dr. Makima, you might have some views on this, because you were talking about some of the challenges from a policy point of view, particularly with lack of recycling infrastructure and so on. Do you envisage any policies that could really help bridge the gap between where we are now and where we need to be?
Yes. First of all, the success of the circular economy, actually, as I said earlier, rests on the shoulders of responsible global citizenry. So from where I sit and from the policy perspective, we need a policy shift in reference to and as I said, at all sectors, that incorporates circular economy, and then of course another policy shift that I see is in terms of the consumers. For recycling and reusing as much as possible, in a way that there could be an incorporation of some penalty for lack of doing the same. The other policy shift that I also see is in relation to system thinking. All the way from production to consumption, and at the end of the tunnel. So what is this that can be done to ensure that whatever is being produced, we need such kind of a policy, is able to incorporate from the beginning materials or equipments that offer opportunity for recycling or use.
Yes, thank you, Dr. McKee. I'm just conscious of time. Sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, those are really important elements, I think, to include in policy, making sure manufacturers take responsibility for things. So, can we go to the Kenneth, to the last audience poll, and then I'll quickly wrap up. So the last question for everybody in the audience, thinking about how education and training can best support the transition to a circular economy, what do you think is most important? So it's either focus on mindset change and consumer behaviour shift first, or focus on circular specific knowledge and skills, whether academic or in vocational training, or do you think we have to do both at the same time? Okay, Mariana, if we could share the results, please. Sorry, that was a bit of a quick poll. Okay, so we have to do it all, unsurprisingly, both mindset change and circular specific knowledge. So thank you. I'll just close that. So just to quickly wrap up, and thanks to all my panelists for their insights, and sorry we weren't able to give more time for this, but I think we concluded that getting a shared understanding of what the circular economy really is the most fundamental change we need to make. It's not just more recycling, it goes much further than that. And that we can look at existing subjects and start to build in a red and green thread. So red being what we're doing that's not helping our planet and society, and green being things that we can do more of and that will help us regenerate resources and living systems. And that the circular economy has fantastic potential to transform our societies and help us create a better world where we do have enough for all of us forever. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you.
Thanks. And Kenneth, I'm not sure if I know we're closing on time, but there was another person from Greece who was asking to take the floor from the Ministry of Energy and Environment, I think. I'm not sure if they've got time to just speak quickly now before we close.
We have unfortunately no more time left, so we have to close. We hope you can join us in the afternoon. We have another session on green and circular economies at 2:00 today, and we welcome your participation as well, including our delegate from Greece. Thank you so much, Catherine, and thank you very much to our panelists for all your contributions. Have a great day.
Thanks, everyone.
Goodbye.
So, welcome everybody to today's session. The title is Nature and People, Building Resilient Relationships Through Education. It's, I believe, a really opportune time to discuss this particular relationship. It's a relationship that's been under stress, under challenge for quite some time right now, and I think we'll have to look at it in very different perspectives and ways if we are to move forward. We have an exciting lineup of panelists, and we hope to do something different in this session. I have today three speakers, each well-known in their own rights from different parts of the world, but all have one thing in common. They come from one planet. Hopefully very soon we will have others. But for the time being, we are going to be restrained to just participation from this beautiful planet, the blue dot. I have with me first Professor Maria Ojala, a professor from Örebro University. Maria works in a very interesting area on young people and on how young people think, feel, and learn and communicate about global environmental problems. And I liked the paper that she wrote, To Trust or Not to Trust, and especially with relation to climate science and how that has an impact on the behavioral change that we are hoping for. And that's going to be a key operational word throughout this discussion. behavioral change. And I think that's what we really have to focus on, and especially with the notion of the role education can play in this. Then we have Professor Stanley Assa, University of Washington, and his work is basically on understanding human behavior and the notion of irrationality and cognitive dissonance. I had the pleasure of writing a really fun paper with him and actually running a fun experiment at the CBD COP in Montreal many years ago, and how to show cognitive dissonance plays such a huge role in the way we finally make decisions. And then last but not least, I have Professor Hela Lotz-Sispa from Rhodes University. And Hela has been in this field for quite some time, although if one looks at her, you'll think that she's only been there just by looks of a very young age. But she's been there and she's really done some phenomenal work on transformative, transgressive, and social learning, and we'll hear a lot more from her as we move forward in this session. So with that, and I think her main focus will be on rethinking learning and pedagogy, and I think it's so relevant in education, isn't it? Both sides of the coin, how you teach and how you learn. And then looking at, and I would like to tie in with the others in terms of how emotions play a role in that. One that has not really got the attention that I think we should have when we go into the field of education and learning. Now with that, I thought what we will do today is use a report that has just recently been released by the British government called the Dasgupta Review. I'm partially inclined because I've worked with Professor Dasgupta for many years, and I still remember when we were doing the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, and I saw him sitting at breakfast when I was going to be presenting some of the work that was being done. I was so nervous because he's such a giant in the field, isn't he? And so I think the British government did the right thing of getting somebody of that nature to do the Dasgupta Review for biodiversity and nature. And I hope that what the Stern Review did for climate change, and it brought it to the fore, there's been a lot of work before that. But again, the personality plays a huge role, and I'm sure that Dasgupta will do the same. Now, going a little bit provocative, now with the Dasgupta Review, I looked and read it, and I urge you all to do that. But many of the key lessons and the findings are not very new. We have known this since the Global Biodiversity Assessment Report, then the famous Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, which I had the privilege of being part of and co-chaired the Biodiversity Synthesis Group, and then the latest IPBES report. The results are all the same. It always is telling us we are driving extinction species that we have never seen before. The downward spiral continues, and so forth and so on. So we need to really start thinking about why hasn't there been any change? Why do we keep saying the same? It's very similar to climate change. Why is there resistance? And I hope that we have this discussion today on how education at least can play a role in this. So just a few things that came out from the Dasgupta Review that I found very interesting is the relationship that he talks about, the relationship with nature. But Dasgupta still talks about it within the field of economics and as asset. And I'm just wondering whether we should look nature as an asset or as a capital. Should it be something more? And Dasgupta alludes to it. And in economics, we have this thing on use and non-use value. And we talk about the non-use value and the existence value. But again, how do you define that value? And it's all going to be dependent on the way we've been taught, the way the context and the environment that we've been put in. And if we are in a very market, capitalist-driven society, that's how our values are going to be emerging. And so we need to take a stab at that. The one thing that I always liked with Dasgupta, and in fact had the fun writing a nice piece for Science, is on how to measure sustainability. We have to change the benchmark that we use to evaluate our progress. We got to get rid of that pesky thing that we call GDP, the gross domestic product as the only way to evaluate progress as a society. It was always meant to say how efficient our economy, but nothing about societal progress. And for some reason, we keep on harping about GDP. I'm not sure why we do that when we get all the most prominent economists saying we should move away from that. So let's change the benchmark. And I think that's important as well. And it actually defines a lot of the ways that we look at the world and look at the natural world and how we value it. So, and that kind of transcends within our education systems. Institutional failure is something that he alluded and he highlighted a lot, and both the financial and the educational system. And we'll focus today on the educational system because that's where most of my colleagues here have worked on, and they have things to tell us, new things to tell us, I hope, that will shake us out of this comfort zone, and maybe even say we haven't done a really great job. A lot of times we reflect, pat ourselves on the back and say we have progress. Maybe I sort of saying, no, we're impatient, especially as among the young, and Maria most probably will know better. The young are impatient. They don't want to wait. They're risk takers, which is good, tempered with a little bit of the risk averseness of people in my generation, the old, a good combination. But we have to listen to them and listen to them very, very closely. So transforming our education systems. This is the topic of our discussion today. And I hope that my panelists will push the boundary system and say we got to do better, but also provide us. Criticism is easy, I think. Criticizing anything is easy. But to criticize, but then offer solutions is where the challenge is. This is where the ingenuity of my panelists, I think, will come through, because I'm really confident. I've enjoyed reading their work over the years. I've had the pleasure of working with some of them, and I hope to look forward to working with the others who have not had a chance to. So without any further ado, the timer says I still have 1 minute, so which means we will add it up for our discussion. Time has such a value. So I'm going to now ask the organizers, we'll have 2 polls. And in a way that the audience reacts will also tell us a little bit about as we continue in our discussions. So if I might ask, or if I might request the organizers to put the first poll, the question: is emotional intelligence necessary for decision making and changing our present behavior towards the use of nature? You have 3 answers: yes, no, don't know what emotional intelligence means in the first place. And and that's not a problem. You sure? I think it's a term that many people have misused, and they're sort of saying, what on earth is that? So I urge you to answer this question, and let's see what comes out. I think we have about a minute or 2 to let people make those decisions. And as you are deciding, the reason we put this word, emotional intelligence, is this whole new work that has come out from behavioral economists, but actually it's the psychology, because Daniel Kahneman brought it out there in terms of thinking fast, thinking slow. And then the book that really was such an exciting, really interesting book and a fascinating book to read is The Predictably Irrational by Dan Ariely, and in the notion of irrationality. But Daniel Goleman's book on emotional intelligence was a really interesting piece that came out, making that link between the 2. So we're kind of drawing out. I hope all of you have had time to put in your answers, yes, no, or don't know. And let's see what we have to work on as we go into our first session. Okay, wow, 94% says yes. All right, so I think we don't need to continue with this this session. I think we have done it. Emotional intelligence is important important for education and it has to be included. But my panelists are going to tell me how we're going to do this. So the first is we have already answered, and I want to give Maria, maybe you have a first stab at addressing the role of emotional intelligence. What is its role? And based on your work, and especially the think on trust and not to trust and the role of emotions. Please.
Thank you very much. Hello. One aspect that I think is very interesting in the Dasgupta review is that they really point out the importance of acting when it comes to biodiversity, not only as individuals, but as kind of citizens. And there, of course, the connection that you talked about is very important for us to realize that we actually are a part of nature. We are dependent upon nature, and the emotional aspects are very important there. And of course, school plays a very important role, not only in transferring knowledge and facts about biodiversity and the environment, but also by helping young people to create this connection. And there are research showing that, for instance, longitudinal studies following children throughout life, that the two most important aspects for young children when they grow up to create a responsibility concerning environmental problems is, on the one hand, to be out in nature a lot, to have this interaction with nature, and on the other hand, to have parents that are interested in environmental problems and good role models, which of course not all children have. So therefore, school do have the responsibility also to give children the chance to have that connection to nature and to kind of promote empathy with nature. And emotions are involved here. So socio-emotional learning is important. However, I read a report or an article by a well-known environmental psychologist, Louise Chavla, and she mentioned that connection to nature is not only related to positive things like well-being and environmental engagement, but it also brings along a lot of difficult emotions. And why, one might ask, well, when one connects to nature, when one starts to care about nature, and one at the same time realizes that there are a lot of environmental threats out there, one, of course, becomes worried and feel grief. And many young people today are very worried about environmental collapse. So I think that school needs to go beyond giving knowledge and helping young people to empathize with nature. School also needs to help young people to deal in a constructive way with these emotions, these negative emotions. And my work has been a lot about doing research with young people about how they cope with global environmental problems. And one very constructive coping strategy that I have identified includes this trust. For instance, it includes different things also. And the Dasgupta review also points out the importance of trust. And of course, you can promote that in school also by kind of, for instance, inviting different societal actors that work with environmental problems, showing young people that some adults do take responsibility over these issues, because young people often have a black and white thinking about us as adults, that nobody takes responsibility, but also to let young people work together with adults to kind of with local environmental problems. Because that's also promotes trust. And finally, then, I think it's important to include emotions, not to look at emotions and cognitions as separate, but to talk about emotions when we learn about ESD, to actually help young people to put words on emotions, because then there is a less risk that this will lead to low well-being, and to discuss different coping strategies, which are constructive, which are not constructive. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I think you brought out a couple of interesting things. Empathy with nature. I think we'll try to deconstruct that, because the word empathy has also been used so loosely these days, and coming from the sciences of learning, they have very close definitions of what empathy means. The whole notion of trust and emotions and school, I think we'll try to delve into how one does that and practice that. Now, before I'm cutting into time. Let me go to Hela. Please, your interventions. I've cut into 10 seconds, so I'll give you 10 seconds extra on the end.
Thank you very much, Anantha, and thank you, colleagues and everybody on the platform. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to respond to this incredible report. It is quite an incredible work. So what I wanted to do was to pick up on the Anantha's question, but in perhaps a slightly different way. And I really do agree, like all of the people in the poll, that there's definitely a very strong need for building a wider range of capacities for decision-making for sustainability and social justice in education. And this must include values and emotions. And so I think it's a very critical question that we need to discuss in our wider discussions on transforming education. But behind this, I think, lies a bigger issue. And I think it's the issue of the primary narrative that has been driving education systems during the modern period. And we must remember that the education systems that we have today are the ones that emerged in as modernity rose around also the Industrial Revolution, and particularly the last, as Dasgupta shows in his report, the impacts that we've created around the world in the last 50 years on the natural systems. So he talks about the importance of recognizing institutional failures, and then he ends his report with a very beautiful paragraph that we should, or two or three, that we should bring valuing of nature into the foundations of education. So this made me think about, well, what are the foundations of education and how do we transform those? So I think that what we've dealing with, environmental educators for, as Anantha was saying, the last 30 years have been trying to make this point that the foundational narratives on which education are based are erroneous. And, David Orr made the point that the type of education that we are working with is the type of education that was helpful for building the Industrial Revolution. And it's not the same type of education that we need for restoring the earth and creating, and I'm using the concept of regenerative economics and less destructive nature-culture relations. So what is this foundation that I'm, working on here that's produced this deep-rooted institutional failure in our education system? And I think it's a narrative of dualism. And, Roy Bhaskar also talks about that all modern social sciences are shot through with dualism. And this tendency towards dualism is really produces this primary mistake that's made by our modern institutions, which is to bifurcate culture and nature, to separate humans from nature and not to see them as integrally part of nature, which Dasgupta, encourages us to, come back to that, which, by the way, is very prominent in traditional cultures or indigenous cultures, the relationality of nature and culture, not a bifurcation. So, and interestingly, he then goes on to say that, economics, we don't see economics as integrally part of the biosphere. And then what we do is we teach competition, extraction, and exploitation instead of relationality, compassion, and care. So I think that what is very important is that we must find ways of reframing the foundations of education to address this fundamental problem of dualism, and the dualism between especially culture and nature, but also other dualisms that then follow on from this, such as the dualism between fact and value, cognition and emotion. And I loved Maria's point about, we need more words in order to express our emotions more fully. So that relationship between cognition and emotion is very central. And I don't think we've done enough work on that at all yet in education and in looking at transformative education. So Dasgupta also goes on and he says, especially we need to do this work in economics education programs. And I really want us to raise this in this World ESD conference, because all of the work that we've done over the years with universities, with schools, education systems, the last area of education to transform is economics education. So here is something very important to discuss. And I love the way that he also in the report says he's producing a grammar that we can work with to, produce the foundations of these new narratives that we need. So I really want to just sort of end more or less there for now, and just to say that I'm arguing, therefore, yes, for including emotional intelligence into education, but I think it must be done within a broader discussion on a fundamental reframing of the narrative that structures education, which is a narrative of dualism, and we should shift that to a narrative of relationality in all its forms. And then I think that this important work that Maria and all of us are trying to do will have a stronger foundation, and therefore will help to restructure the education system, which we must do, because Dasgupta says to us, I'll finish now. Yes, he says if we don't have forests, we're in a mess, and if we don't have education, we're in a mess. So we need to bring this relationality together. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Hela. As a true economist, I would have put a shadow price on the time that you had taken from Stanley, but we are now going into a non-competitive, compassionate society. So Stanley would be more than happy to have waited for that extra time, and so would I in the last 5 minutes that I have. But thank you, Hela. Great points, and I think it's points that we can carry on even into the second key question, because it's about education. Stanley, without any further ado, please take the floor. You're on mute.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I forgot that I had to unmute myself. Given that a lot have been covered already, I think I'm just going to try to stress out some things that were inadvertently left out. There is a saying in the science of behavior change, an adage that knowledge is a necessary but insufficient condition to change behavior. And the reason why that is the case is because up to date, our knowledge about conservation, our knowledge about how the world works is based mostly and fundamentally on logic. We think that if we are logical and cognitively astute, then we are good to go about solving the world's problems. We're beginning, and we're seeing it if you look at, say, leadership in America for the past 4 years. America was pretty much run by emotions. There's a whole country that was running the whole world with emotions and very little of logic. Whether that is good or not, that's human nature. So if we want to be in sync with conservation values, we have to be in sync with human values and sort of human nature. And part of human nature is to be emotional. And most of the decisions and choices that we make, whether we like them or not, and one of the reasons why we say we are irrational is because we believe that rationality, or by definition, rationality is about logic. But behaviors are not just about logic, they're also about emotions. So if we have to have an educational system that actually seeks to understand not just how we do things, but influence the way we do things, we have to actually engage with emotions. Gupta is talking about we have to include the valuation of nature in our educational system. We're already doing that. The problem is we think that values are a logical thing, but they're not. To some degree, they're logical. To an even larger degree, they are emotional. And sometimes those emotions are conflicting. So if we want to build an educational system that actually responds to human nature and tries to link that with conservation and save the planet, we have to build an educational system that is in sync with human nature. And humans are not robots. They think, but they also feel. And because they feel and they think, they use both their thinking and their feelings to make decisions about what they should do or not do about nature. And since I'm running out of my time, I'll stop there for now.
The problem with muting oneself. Good. I think we've got about 4.5 minutes to really have a nice dialogue right now. And what I take away is that we got emotions playing a really major role, and emotions that have not been trained. And I like to use the word trained because that's coming out from the neurosciences. Richie Davidson's work on traits and emotional intelligence, building on Daniel Goleman's work and others. Have talked about how you can train the brain, just as we do for cognition, for the emotional part as well. I'm not talking about in terms of controlling emotions. That's different. So when we talk about emotion regulation, it's not about controlling anger. If anger is an emotion, like with the 6 emotions that Paul Ekman had highlighted, it's about understanding that emotion and then navigating that. So how, if I want to talk, Maria, you have worked with students and stuff, and also Hida, you started off as a teacher in grade 1. So you have that experience with the young ones as well, and Maria with the older ones, and Stanley unfortunately has experience with the really old ones, with the policymakers and stuff, which are the toughest group, I think, in this whole field. How do you think, and I think it will lead on to the next question is, so let's try to see what are the major barriers within our education. So like if you're talking about values, as Dasgupta talks about it, he brings up this notion of moral values. Yeah? And I also want to alert to you that we can't look at just because remember, sustainable development is just not the environment; it's also the interflux between social systems. I don't believe in the 3-pronged of social, environmental, and economics. As an economist, the economics is a subset of social. There are only 2 pillars, social and environmental. Social justice and environmental justice are so interlinked, but and I guess it was my mistake on not bringing it. How would you try to interplay this? Because one of the other major things that's happening in this world is the growing inequality among groups. And then at one point you're talking about sustainable consumption, sustainable production, reasonable decisions. And then you have this huge divide and everybody looks at, and unfortunately our benchmarks are material wealth. We need to change that, but it's going to take many, many generations. How do you address this, this dissonance, this mismatch? Anyone wants to take a go at it, or do you think I was just rambling and say, what's this guy up to? It's like, I want to sort of see how you bring in social justice into this whole notion of environment and the emotions, because emotions play in a sense of the individual versus the other and to the world. So how do you see that that interplay?
I can go for a little bit.
Can you put up your hands, or maybe just show me your hands and I can pick up, because I'm seeing everybody. So Stanley goes, and then I think Hela was saying something, yes? Okay, all right.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, if you're looking at justice, I think one of the things we should be thinking about is on the justice phase of things, who is in denial or in rejection of the idea that, first of all, emotions play a part in the way we act. That in itself is an element of justice. Because those of us who are rejecting or refusing emotions, we're doing so for a reason, because we have some kind of a power problem with emotions. Either it controls us or we are unable to deal with it. So that is an element of justice in itself, those who are not in the position to be open to justice. Another element of bringing justice, who are in the position of not to be open to the idea of emotions or emotional parts of learning and education. That's one. And then the other one is look at our educational system and look at how our power structure is. Education for the environment. How is that shaped? Who is in power? And you begin to see other elements of justice that can be sort of addressed.
All right. Power, power play, and the role with emotions, handling to then decisions. Hela, very quickly, then I want to get on to the next poll and go on to the next question. And I'm sure you can bring those issues up in the next question.
Thank you very much. I was also going to point to the issue of power relations and how power relations produce the dualism that I was talking about earlier between fact and value, and the need for reconciling that. And perhaps one of the areas we can look at is solidarity as, one of the other processes of emotional intelligence and shared reality across the planet, and to think a little bit more about that. Certainly it's come up very strongly here in the Global South in our scholarship, the need to really look at solidarity relations in education. So thanks for that, Anantha and Stanley.
All right.
Yeah.
Maria, do you have anything quick to say, or shall I go for the next poll and then you can bring it into the next intervention?
I can bring it into the next.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, can the organizers put the next poll question? So what is the biggest barrier in our present education system when it comes to building a symbiotic relationship with nature to ensure sustainability? Taking into account, people, that we just talked about the role of emotions and how emotions need to be in the education. So think about in terms, so is the pedagogy, the way we teach and learn, suited towards this more holistic approach in terms of the cognition and the emotions, the interplay? Because that's how the brain works. And I've been spending the last 4 or 5 years trying to learn neurosciences. It's a tough one for economists, but it's really an interplay. The whole thing about left and right brain makes no sense. It's all about neural networks, and every decision is based on a relationship between the cognition and the emotions. And then curricula is about, of course, what we teach and what we learn. So. And that can have a huge impact. Just an example of GDP, if it's part of the economic curricula, that's all we know. Or the system itself. Okay, we are coming down to the countdown. I hope it's interesting to see whether we are going to have, I don't think we're going to see the kind of extremes that we saw in the first one. Maybe we should have given people less time to do this. We should have given them a minute. Okay, we cut them off. Okay, so system, institutional failure. So Partha got it right. He will be happy to say that many people think of the system, which in many ways influence curriculum and pedagogy, doesn't it? And even assessment, because it's the systems that design those things. So, all right. Thank you very much. We'll close this off and start off with the next round so that we get some time into more in the discussions. So I'm going to start it in reverse. So Stanley, tell me in terms of with the present education system, many of our participants have said it's a system problem. You might say something else. What does it take to change our education system to address the things that the three of you have alerted us that is needed in the reform?
I I think as someone who was pretty much focused on the psychology of things, one of the things I really noticed as an academic, as someone in the educational system in the United States, is the notion of education as an investment versus the notion of education as a way of earning money from whoever, I don't know. The way we fund education in itself makes it increasingly difficult for us to be effective. We don't, in the United States, for example, funding for education is not, especially in the lower levels, even in college, is difficult to come by. It's becoming harder and harder, and people are going to school to learn how to earn a living, not to become one with nature. And because of that, education is an investment that the individual scholar makes, not an investment in the nation and the natural capital of the nation that the nation or the government makes. So that's a fundamental problem. Another problem with that education system is we teach in a very unidirectional way, the way we learn. And I use the word teaching because we teach, we don't learn. There's teaching going on and there's very little learning. If there is learning, then educators create a space for mutual learning. So we understand the students understand us, we try to see where they're coming from, not just in terms of this is the curriculum, this is what you're supposed to know, but the teacher is also in a position to become a student and learn from the student what is best for them, how they're feeling, what they think about some of the issues that we are sort of subject matters in our curriculum. So I think that if we make learning, if we center more on learning rather than on teaching, then we can begin to ask questions about who is a student and when. And then we'll find out that even the so-called teachers like ourselves sometimes have to be students to effectively facilitate learning.
All right. Okay. So your one take-home message there is really to focus on learning rather than on the teaching itself, and the whole relation. And I guess the objective, in a sense of the way our education system right now is focused on jobs, employment, and the income that you're achieving it, rather than about relationships, and it's about a social process. And it's about flourishing. I want to use the word of human flourishing. So it's a constitutive part of oneself rather than an instrumental perspective of education. I think that's what you're saying. Okay, yes. Let me get from Maria, and then I'll go to Hela, and then we'll see how it goes.
Yes, when it comes to how education are dealing with this kind of creating relationships between nature, I think it depends on, if I talk from a Swedish perspective, on which level of education we are talking about, because Swedish preschools are rather good in letting children be outside and creating this connection to nature. However, there seems to be a tendency right now to kind of leave this kind of playful preschool behind, because in Sweden, when children are 6 years old, they go into a preschool class, which is somewhere in between earlier preschool and actual school. And there is now a suggestion that this preschool class year should be part of the real school. So there are actors that are worried, of course, that there will be more of this traditional teaching, like children sitting inside in a classroom and learning facts instead of being out in nature learning that way. So that could be problematic. And also, I think that in a sense, it is sometimes a tendency to introduce this global, very complex environmental problems too early, instead of focusing on helping children to have respect for themselves, for other people, and this respectful and loving relationship to nature. But at large, I think preschool works rather well. It's more problematic when you come higher up in the educational system. And I'm thinking about the age group that I focus on, late adolescence, because then there is, I think, all over the world, a really focus on facts, and teachers forget about the emotional dimension, the relational dimension. And there are studies showing that actually hopelessness concerning these problems increase from late childhood until late adolescence. So all of these young people look like adults and are adults, and we need to listen to them, as Stanley pointed out. They have the cognitive maturity to understand this problem, but still there is a difficulty in dealing with the emotional part. So I think that we also need to return to what I said before to help them to deal with these emotions, but also to go, this beyond the traditional socio-emotional learning, like giving them kind of tips about how to deal with emotions, like, for instance, mindfulness or things like that. We need to also, in this age group, give them knowledge about that there are these power relations that Stanley were talking about, and Hela. There are actors that influence our emotions and our values, and perhaps these kind of power structures don't want change. So I think you need to include a kind of critical emotional awareness, where one discusses in the classroom, for example, which groups are out there and how do they want to influence our emotions. They perhaps don't want us to feel empathy to nature. They perhaps don't want us to feel helpless, so that we don't kind of take on this responsibility. They perhaps want us to put all responsibility on our own shoulders, so that we feel guilty and don't put pressure on, for instance, unsustainable companies. Or they perhaps don't want us to worry, because worry can create a critical kind of discussion about society and be the first step towards a societal change.
Thank you, Maria. So interesting. I'll pick it up later. I'm getting a push by the organizer. Hela, straight to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to connect to both of the previous speakers with perhaps just, I think, a strong emphasis on putting transformative learning at the center of reframing education. I talked earlier about the foundational narratives, which is really the philosophy and purpose of education. But then if we go to, how we understand learning and what transformative learning actually is, I think that's very important, particularly around, the relationship between cognition and emotion that we're talking about a lot here today. But then also more transgressive, we've been trying to look at the different T's, if you call it that, in transformative learning. So to look at transgressive learning, we've tried to articulate that as the capacity to also explicitly challenge normalized practices, cultures, and systems with critique, empathy, reflexivity, and care. So it's a different notion of transgression that we've been working on. And it's very interesting how young people are very much engaged with that particular concept and approach. We found it to be very, very, very productive in terms of, working with young people. Of course, there's transdisciplinary learning as well, which is one that takes you out of, the discipline and into the world, and then working with, what knowledges we can gather, both from the context as well as from the history of our disciplines. And then there's together, which is really important because it also, reestablishes us as learners in our social contexts and in our social ecological context. So together with others, being people, but also together with others, other forms of life. So I feel like if we can do more work on the foundational notion of what transformative learning can hold for education and for educators, then we'll be able to change curriculums and disciplinary structures and all of the other things that so desperately need to be transformed. Thanks, Anantha.
Thank you very much, Hela. So let me get a dialogue moving here in terms of, there's been a talk a lot about the interplay between emotions and cognition. There's been a talk about age groups and the introduction, and I think Maria brought that up. And in fact, it goes well with some of the latest stuff coming from the neurosciences of learning in terms of brain maturation and the matters, what kind of content to be produced. And it seems that the whole area of social and emotional would be the one that to start off with, because that's where the limbic, the emotional part of the brain is the most developed at that point in age, and then focus on the cognition at a little bit later age. And so, but we are doing opposite. We are doing completely the opposite by loading cognition earlier and earlier, and it becomes such a heavy load on the children. So I want to get into specifics in terms of how can we do it. Yes, people talk about emotions, we talk about the regulations, that you talk about transformation, education. Let us get into the nuts and bolts. I want to use this stuff like from UNEP in 2014, already acknowledged that knowledge of issues is in itself inadequate. That's environmental, social, whatever, and suggests a range of action-oriented capabilities, including development of new learning. And when I look at the Delos report of UNESCO, learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together, and as well as I think we need to add a new one, learning to live with nature, and not look at nature as purely an instrumental for our well-being, but part of a constitutive element of our well-being. How do we train in the school system the care for oneself, the first part, the care for others, and then the care for nature? What other kind of competencies that you're looking at? There's a loaded term, I know, skills, attitudes, but in a broad sense, what do we want our children to achieve by the time they finish at least the K-12 schooling? And how do we do it? Let's forget about what we need them to. I think we have talked about that. How do we do it? There's been work on the social and emotional learning that has been coming in quite a bit on integrating. Unfortunately, a lot of times what I see is schools just having a small section of mindfulness where they just meditate or listen to some, and then they continue with business as usual. How do we mainstream it? Hela, from your approach in transformative and transgressive, how do you see that building of that emotion, cognition? Maria, from your experience, and Stanley, from yours. Well, let me, I started with Hela, so please.
Okay, I think that, to make this kind of thing practical is very important. So we need to be able to produce new types of learning experiences for learners where they can actually be engaged in practices that are involving them in the kinds of solutions and changes that we want to see in the world, and that they themselves can also conceptualize and contribute to. So that's the shift to the sort of active learning kind of approach. But active learning is often, I would say, a little bit superficially interpreted, and it means activity rather than being part of changing what we could call, important practices in our environments. And the conceptualization of those are often external. So we need to involve young people in conceptualizing what are their matters of concern, and then look at what kinds of pedagogies and knowledges, and I'm emphasizing knowledges, not just one type of knowledge, what type of knowledges, what kinds of vocabularies, what kinds of experiences then make for a more holistic, a comprehensive way of learning in a transformative way. So definitely transformation of pedagogy and broadening of modalities. I think that's very important. And of course, assessment that goes with that, Anantha, because we all know that at the end of the day, unless assessment changes, nothing is going to change in the education system. So we need new models of assessment.
Yeah. More formative rather than this one-time kind of time-bound, stress-loaded ways to evaluate whether one has learned or not. All I know is I learned how to spot questions really well. I didn't know what I was answering, but I knew how to spot the questions. So that was itself, I guess, a competency that the school system trained. Maria, please.
Yes, I do agree with Hela that new assessments are very important. And I was, if I'm going to return to what I said before, when it comes to younger children, it's also important for them to be out in nature, to really interact with nature. And also this kind of participatory approaches where you kind of work together with adults to create this collaboration between adults and young people when it comes to these environmental problems and how to deal with it, because there is a lot of distrust among young people concerning the adult world, and rightly so, but it's still important for them not to lose that kind of engagement with these issues, that we show that actually there are also adults that are working with those problems and that we can work together. And later on, I think it is important, again, to relate to Hela, to have this kind of connection to the practical, as Stanley also told us, that to listen to the young people. What are the problems that they encounter in everyday life? What are the kind of conflicts that they encounter when they try to, for instance, live in a more environmentally friendly way? How do they deal with that? How can we deal in a different way? How can we help each other? And so on. So, yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask this question to Stanley, because I think I can take the liberty of abusing him a little bit, because I've known him a little bit. Is that, Stanley, this is all good and stuff, but now on the other hand, when you go to the policymakers and the parents, they say, all this is hot air, this is great, blah, 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 blah. It's back to the exams, getting into the universities, getting a good job, and getting the income. So, one of the things that we did in 2015 when we did a survey is that we found that this whole education on ESD and social, it has no impact across people who have had exposure, people have had no exposure, and people have had little exposure. How do we make it count, or what do we have to do with the system to accept what we all agree here is required? Unmute.
Yeah, sorry about that. So I think that if you talk to every single policymaker, they'll tell you the same problem, that they too want to see change, but collectively they are unable to change. So if you look at policymaking as a machine, it is a machine where every single part of it wants to work in a different direction from how the entire part of it is going. And that has to do with what I consider to be a lot more about organizational inertia. So to understand that organizational inertia is important. Two is, a second thing I think is even more important, is to find out how that organizational inertia actually influences individuals. Because I might want change, but I don't have the capabilities or the desire to actually do what it takes to execute that change. So I default onto my routines, I default onto what I'm used to doing, and therefore I don't take that initial step because I'm constrained by what I'm willing to do, but also what the next person will be willing to accept to do with. So policymakers in themselves, if you talk to most of them, you'll find out they're not happy with themselves. And one of the things we can do is to find ways to nudge them by understanding where those barriers are coming from within the organizations, within the policy-making process.
So you use the magical word nudge.
Mm-hmm.
and in a way to how to change that behavior through these kind of techniques or stealth techniques, if one might consider using that. So a lot of things to mull about. I don't think we'll find answers here, but I think we all agree that we need to have change. We need to focus a little bit more on that interplay between cognition and emotions, that we all agree that emotions are very important here. We've cut into Q&A time. Let me see if there are any burning questions from my support colleagues who might want to throw the 3 questions here. So this is an interesting one. And I think you have all alluded to that. Maybe what I think would be interesting is to sort of see how we could put it into play. Don't you think our education authorities should listen more to our young people and our teachers when they propose alternatives to the model? So I think many of you talked about how do we listen to the client, if I might use that term. How do we do that in practical terms? Stanley?
You ask them questions. A very simple question. How do you feel about this? Versus what do you think? Focus more on how do you feel about this? Whether it's a little child, it's little children, or it's adults, I found out in my own very teaching, when you ask people, how do you feel about this? They tend to talk to you in a much more holistic sense about their understanding of things that you're trying to cover in material and the relationship with that. So when you talk about feelings, you're forcing students to actually not just listen to them, but listen to them not just about cognitive and logical stuff, but the blend of both cognition and emotions. And it gives you a much more holistic sort of sense of where what I call the sustainable development agent, which is the student, who are the students, where they're actually situated in the context of whatever is being transmitted to them, or what the learning space that they are in that point in time. So I ask questions.
But the problem is, like, if you see it in the traditional sense, the market defines the supply and demand, and I'm talking like an economist right now. Mm-hmm. And for in the education sector, somehow or other, this doesn't work. So let's say if the students are all, and we just did something like a survey, and most of them wanted, I don't think they used the word social and emotional, but in terms of building their own resiliency, especially with anxiety, depression, and so forth, anger, and so forth, and so on. And this came across again and again, but somehow or other, it does not get the ear of policymakers. How do we break this this disconnect? Do we get students to protest and rebel and so forth? Hela, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think, Anantha, we have to work, if I could call it, on all fronts. I've been involved in education system transformation in this country since the early 90s. And for us to make any progress in this area, we've had to work on all fronts. And by all fronts, I mean we have to work on reframing curriculums. We have to work on reframing qualifications. We have to work on reframing assessment. We have to work on reframing pedagogies. And we have to do that with the actors in the education system, including our policymakers. Now, that's a big ask, but it is a very important system of practice. So I think if we only focus on one aspect, it's not going to work. We have to work at this multi-level system on all fronts, and we have to be persistent and continue build this transformative process over time. I think too often we focus on one aspect, but not the whole system of transformation that needs to occur. It's not an easy task, because to reframe an entire educational logic that is built up over 400-500 years and now want to transform that in a hurry, we can't take a piecemeal approach. So I think we have to just keep working on all fronts. That's as much as I can offer here. Yeah.
Maria?
Yes, I actually want to go back to Natha, what you told us about protest in a kind of joking way, but I do think that perhaps it is the way to get policymakers to listen. That the young people are out there on the streets, like Fridays for Future, the global school strikes, and so on, because we can see that, for instance, Greta Thunberg has actually been out there talking to policymakers, and they have started to listen. So I think in a way that is a good way. But then relating to what Stanley was talking about how teachers do include this dimension and listen to students, and also take in the kind of emotion and emotional aspects. Well, I have done studies with teachers, and what they miss is actually, they feel that they don't have the competence. They haven't gotten that in teacher education to, at least in Sweden, to deal with the emotional aspects. And that kind of shows that we still are seeing emotions and cognition as separate, and that we only think about, I'm now talking about the age group that I focus on, late adolescence then, and the teachers that teach them. So they feel like we ought to kind of take in a psychologist or something like that. But I do feel that this is also something that teachers need to get more knowledge about, actually, in teacher education.
So let me follow up with the fact that on bringing in the sciences of learning into education, and why, and I'm relatively new, I'm about a 7-year or 8-year-old baby, really in the formal education sector. I would spend most of my time understanding the system dynamics between ecological and social systems. What I was surprised is that there's so little science and evidence that's been used to influence policy in education. It's starting to creep in, but very little. And I'm wondering, when you talk about the emotions and the cognition, there is so much of new studies which have shown that you need to take a whole brain approach to learning. You can't just bifurcate them into different parts. When we go to the teachers, they are also excited about understanding how learning actually happens. I'll give you an example. There've been over the last, I don't know how many years, decades, people have been talking about why assessments the way that we have is not the best way to evaluate learning. And yet, year in and year out, we continue with these assessments, and we tend to idolize these assessments. And I'm taking an example, is a PISA assessment that is done with a certain number of countries, and is gaining momentum. And to sort of, how do we break this vicious cycle? Because we all agree, and when I talk to all the educationists, they all agree that we need to change. The assessments are not. We need formative assessments. We need regular assessments, because that's how the working memory works. You want to build that working memory, because that's the important thing in learning. And so learning through relevance. You learn and you retain that knowledge so much better when you see the relevance of that knowledge. Why are we taking such a long time? Because especially with this relationship with nature, we will really need to do some major changes. I'm looking for those, what do they call those? Those trigger points, the tipping point, where this sector gets really kicked in the butt. like other sectors which have had transformational changes. If you look at the transport sector over the last 50 years or 100, it's just changed phenomenally. The same thing with the energy sector. We don't see that in the education sector. And I want to throw this in terms of technology. With COVID, technology has really come into a major play. How do you see COVID as a game changer for education, as the tipping point, and for technology to be maybe not the only solution, but playing a much bigger role in this? There was a question on technology from the audience, and how will technology be used in a sense of educational technology, which is just leaping bounds ahead than the education sector itself, and how would that help us or hinder us in this whole brain approach that you're talking, the cognition and the emotions? And I'll give each one maybe about a minute, or wait, hang on. I'm trying to do my arithmetic divided by 3. 80 seconds.
Okay. Well, I don't know much about technology to be able to speak to how technology is transforming education. I know that I'm struggling to, and the students are struggling to learn. But it's not just technology, it's also the pandemic. But I will speak again to the former question as to how do you actually change. Everybody's been saying the assessment is not the right way to actually assess learning, but we're still doing it. It still goes back to the systemic issue of individuals willing to change, but collectively cannot. And that has to do with two things. One is, do we have an alternative? Do we have an alternative assessment in place? If we do, then it's how do you push that forward? If we don't, and we keep saying it is not the right way to conduct assessments or to assess learning, but we don't have the alternative assessment in place, then someone has to do something about creating that alternative assessment and then beginning to see how you can push that forward.
Okay, all right. I think we do. It's a matter of taking the plunge and also getting rid of standardized and this whole competitive notion of pitting one against each other. But that's another whole discussion for another 1.5 hour panel session. Hela?
Yes, thanks. My 80 seconds. I think we shouldn't forget that education is an instrument of cultural transmission, essentially. That's what it was set up to be. That's what it still is. And it's cultural transmission of the dominant culture. Now, if we want to transform the education system in the way we've been talking about today, we have to look at what is the alternative to that dominant culture. It goes right back to the Dasgupta review and the foundations of what he was talking about there. So to insert environmental education or emotional intelligence is going to help us a bit, but we have to position education as a cultural practice as much as a psychological practice, and then look at the cultural transformations that we need in our societies and how they play back into the logic of education. So it's a big comment, but I think it sits, very importantly in this discussion.
Okay, yeah. Cultural transformation, important. Maria, you're going to take my time, which I will now let it off for you.
If you want an answer to the technology part, I think that technology can work in a good way in the sense that you can create this connection with people and places that are far away from us, and that we can do it in a sustainable manner, or that we don't need to travel, for instance, which is not good for the climate or biodiversity to go by plane. So we can create this connection through, for instance, meeting like this and like movies that can be transformed. You can go into nature and see things that you cannot see otherwise. So
linking people across the world and trying to, because that's important if we are looking at this as one planet, how to understand and empathize somebody who's living in the Amazon from somebody who is living in New York and vice versa. Thank you very much. Now, 1 minute each, take home message. Maria? 1 minute. Take-home message.
I have focused a lot on emotions, and I think that it is important that we as teachers, educators, communicators actually then also take on and challenge this dualistic approach that Hela are talking about. We need to see emotions and cognitions as intertwined, and we need to learn more from multidisciplinary research about how emotions interact, not only psychology, but also cultural practices, sociology, other things. And it needs to be included in teacher education so that teachers feel that they are competent in doing this. Thanks.
Okay. Hela?
Yes, my final comment. I would like to invite us to revisit the grammars that Dasgupta is offering us for reframing our institutional cultures. That's the financial system cultures, because those ultimately are driving the education system cultures, and to restructure all of our economics education, economics 101 in every single university around the world, economics curriculums in high schools. Let's start there with Dasgupta's grammars and this reduction of the dualism. And I think we can make, much faster progress. Thanks. And transgressive learning, of course.
So Hela is going towards in terms of addressing the institutions, but not just the education, but also the one that influence it, which is the financial and the economics, and yes, the culture and the cultural.
One last point, Anantha. Eco is the prefix of economics and ecology. And Dasgupta has brought these together for us, and it means home. And, there's so much in that in terms of reframing how we think about what we're doing.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think when we do the values, that's where if we continue with the present economic teaching, those values become purely instrumental and not constitutive. And he's moving towards a more constitutive dimensions. Stanley, you had a major beef with systems. So I'm hoping that your one take-home message is to destroy systems, but I leave it to you. You're muted. You're muted.
Yes. Okay. Now that you've biased yes, I think that fundamentally we have to have a learning system more than a teaching system. So our educational system should be based on learning more than teaching. I think that our educational system should really move away from being hung up on our traditions and actually embrace change for the sake of us, not for the sake of us as individuals, but for the sake of us as a collective. That leadership in education really needs to wake up from our own problems. And I want us to understand that those who are making these bad decisions for education are humans. They have problems too. So if we don't only have to teach teachers about emotional learning, we need to teach decision makers about emotional understanding of their own selves, as well as how their own selves is influencing their resistance to advancing education.
Thank you. I've written a number of op-eds where I've always finished by saying every head of agency, every head of state needs to take a 10-week socio-emotional link course and then a refresher course every year so that it becomes a trait and not a transitory event. Thank you very much, my panelists. I enjoyed moderating this. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And I look forward to seeing some of I hope that we have 3 colleagues who have taken notes and to maybe produce a one-pager, because I think there's so much of interesting stuff on emotions, cognitions, systems. And in fact, in many ways, we are in a prisoner's dilemma when Stanley talked about individually we want to change, but collectively we don't. So we're kind of seeing who takes the first, who blinks first. before the other person blinks. With that, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers for keeping us on track with that timer, that pesky timer. I actually prefer AC/DC and ringing up the volume as the person's time goes off. But this timer works as well. Thank you very much again. And I pass it back to the organizers.